Hi.
Hi, Tessa.
Hi, it's so nice to see you and congratulations sa bago mong website. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more episodes of the Manila Times CSI. See you!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dante Ang, the President and CEO of the Manila Times. Welcome to today's special roundtable where we'll be tackling President Rodrigo Duterte's penultimate State of the Nation address. We're fortunate to have today with us a few of our columnists. Father Rani Aquino. Good afternoon, Father.
Good afternoon,
Clean State.
Good afternoon, Kling. Good afternoon.
And we also have Professor Antonio Contreras, or Tonton, as we call him, with a view from Taft, as our colleague newspaper calls this school.
Good afternoon.
And then, of course, Dr. Robbie C., our mobility expert and, of course, former ADB consultant. Good afternoon, Robbie.
Hi, Clink. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you on behalf of the Manila Times. Thank you for joining us. I know that all of you guys are very busy, and I believe some of you, in fact, are so busy that you are in demand after, right after the president gives his Sona for various interviews and other commitments of yours. But maybe let's just maybe go around the table and talk about your personal expectations, I guess, of the Sona. Father Rani, you want to kick us off? What do you expect to hear? I know we reported in the Times today that he'll focus on the recovery. Where the pandemic looms large in our news landscape today and elsewhere. But what do you hope to hear from the president today?
Well, constitutionally, he is supposed to do two things during a Sona. Number one, he's supposed to inform the legislature on the state of the nation. And number two, he's supposed to lay out his presidential agenda, his legislative agenda, which he proposes to Congress. Really, Kling, I do agree with you. He should tell us very clearly what his plans are and what the plans of his government are in the face of the pandemic and how we can be on the mend. As it is, what we are doing is very reactive. We react to statistics. We go on lockdowns. We go on quarantine, but we really don't seem to have a long-term plan on how to deal with this. And we have just found out to our dismay that these prolonged lockdowns are not good at all for our economy. They have sent our economy plummeting. Number two, I'd like to hear what he intends to do about the rising tensions in the West Philippine Sea. If we're going to continue our attitude of apathy in regard to the aggression of China, I'd also like to hear what his plans are in regard to the ever-present problem of widespread corruption in the government, including allegations relating to the so-called high-profile inmates who were said to have died in the Bilibid prison, and other such pressing matters. I know that he's going to tell us about drugs again, but we already know that. So this time I hope he will tell us things that we ought to hear.
Thank you, Father. By the way, I want to welcome Stephen Kunyang, another columnist of ours. Hi, Stevie. Are you in Hong Kong or are you in Manila?
I'm in Hong Kong. I've been in Hong Kong for 6 weeks, so here we are.
All right. Maybe we'll ask you about that vodka thing later on. But
I think I've gotten a good response for that joke.
Okay. So by the way, we had just started, so we were just going around, and I was asking our guests about what they would like to hear. Prof. Contreras, you want to go next? I mean, what's your wish list for the Sona later on?
Well, in terms of expectations, I really do not expect anymore because I will just be disappointed. But, since you're asking me, I hope he doesn't he addressed the very important thing that we need to address, which is basically the pandemic. What are we
Yeah.
going to do? What are we going to do? Because we're already number 30 in the list of countries in terms of the number of cases. And in Southeast Asia, we're the highest in terms of active cases.
Right.
And that's really bad. And the economy has flattened, it even took a nosedive. And the recession that we're anticipating is going to be felt even after this pandemic is over. So what are his plans? I need to hear that concrete. But like I said, I don't know whether that can happen because I would probably be bombarded again by all these issues about drugs and the terrorism law. I hope he doesn't again attack ABS-CBN in the speech because it's already done. So it's something that needs to be he needs to focus.
Mhm.
But I doubt it because I think one thing that I realize about this president is that this president is very good in painting his own crisis and branding his own
Okay.
crisis. He wants to create this crisis that he is in control, like crisis of drugs and terrorism, and this resonated with the people, Clint, because
Mhm.
these are enemies that people can relate with. They are afraid of drug addicts, they're afraid of
Right.
terrorists. But now there is this global pandemic, something that he can no longer brand easily because it is something that beyond his control.
Mhm.
So now the cracks, the weaknesses in his administration, his management styles are showing. Practically the government is imploding right now in this array with all this. Like, just look at Rizal Memorial Coliseum.
Mhm.
I would even say that is the real state of the nation.
Right.
It's not in Batasan, the thousands of LSIs.
Excellent observation. Excellent.
Thousands of LSIs have been herded there. Technically,
Yeah.
that's my word. In unsafe and inconvenient conditions. Last night, it rained heavily. And that area, because that's where I live, I can see that in my
Yeah.
condo when I'm in Manila. I see that every day. That area is not, while it has a roof with, thunderstorms, people will
Right.
get wet. And so, and then you have all this crazy idea about the contraption in motorcycles, where this is unscientific and a common sense, when you use common sense, it's not even going to stop the transmission.
Yeah.
So, and then you want to turn neighbors against each other by appropriating gossip into a public health methodology for contact tracing. I can go on. But basically, this is an image of a government that has lost its bearings, and it is because this is beyond his control. He could not paint the narrative for this crisis. It is something that has totally thrown him off. Wala sa playbook niya to.
Yeah, unscripted. Yeah. But yes, Father.
Before we go to Robert, and I share Tonton's worry about what he really plans about the pandemic. On top of that, I also hope that the nation and the legislature don't get absorbed by the pandemic only because, as the lockdown shows us and the recession, which Tonton pointed out, tells us we have to look beyond this.
Right.
Maybe we have to learn to live with the pandemic and ask ourselves how the nation is going to cope in the face of something for which we have no solution as yet.
Right. Yeah, I'm amazed at how there is a lot of reports about the development of the vaccine, and forgetting that the normal timetable to develop one takes years. So we're really just hoping, just for the sake of hoping, I think. But Dr. C, you want to weigh in here? I mean, Prof. Tonto talked about this seemingly silly policy on motorcycles, but there are other issues. What's your take on what's your expectation later?
Yeah, I want to build on some of the themes mentioned already by Father Rani and Tonton. What this pandemic has brought us is it's put into very sharp focus the many deficiencies that we have in our public transport policies, investments, and even the institutions that we have. For decades and decades, we always sweep a lot of these issues under the rug or put it in the political too hard basket, right? So many administrations come and say, how can we actually deal with all these things? But what I would say is, one perhaps positive thing from the pandemic is it gives a window of opportunity to introduce radical change. So I would say now's the time for everyone to do that self-examination, especially this administration that now, in a way, has the obligation, and perhaps it also has the political capital to introduce some of the most important and desirable changes, that we need for our public transport to actually become higher quality. Because all of us can see our public transport is terribly low quality, and we have painted, in a way, the seeds of continuing destruction by forcing people to prefer cars, right? Or prefer motorcycles over public transport, or walking or cycling. The pandemic now tells us we actually have to reverse that. And this is where the challenge is, to the administration. Can it do something today about it? And that's what I'd like to hear in this Sona. What are the concrete actions that they will take in order to address, all those deficiencies that are now brought to the forefront?
Thank you. Stevie, you brought up Sweden in your column. I thought it was a very interesting analysis that you say that it's not really the lockdown that has created the economic fallout, but the very virus itself. But
Not me. I'm just quoting the New York Times. Let me not be someone who's claiming sites that I merely observed or read.
Well, you get credit for noticing it and bringing it up. But I was wondering, let's go to you. What's your expectation for the Sona, and with that backdrop, with what you quoted from the Times, from the New York Times, maybe give us some of your insights. And you have the unique position here of giving a view from Hong Kong. So I mean, a view from outside the Philippines.
So let me say first, thank you very much for inviting me. It's my first time to participate. I'm very grateful, and I'm very honored to be in your collective company. Nice to see some of you in person, via video, if not in person. Second is, picking up on what Robert said, I'd like to comment on something. I can't remember who's the person who said it. It's either a former president or mayor of a Latin American city. And he said, what is a rich country? What's an advanced country? He said, where the rich people take public transportation. That is actually the best example. I don't have my own car, even when if you live in New York City, if you live in New York, I take public transportation exclusively in Hong Kong. That is actually, if you ask me what is the sum total, in advanced countries, cars are for the suburbs. In a city, everybody is willing to take public transport, from Uber and a taxi down to the bus or a subway. And Robert is exactly correct in that view. Now, let me get back to what do I expect. I actually expect nothing. I'm a very pessimistic and cynical person.
You're in the category of Prof. Tonto.
Okay, so let's now say, what would I dream, and like my dream of eating steak and ice cream every day, but losing weight will not happen. Okay, so all the many things I've read, and there are many profound points, so I'm not going to claim authorship for this. Early on, before I even started writing, I can't remember anymore where it is. I think I sent it to some people. Somebody said, the lockdown is not a cure. It is necessary. It is required, but it buys you time. That is all. And there will be a gap between when you give up the lockdown and when a vaccine or the virus dies away, herd immunity, whatever, there will be a gap. All the lockdown provides is time to prepare for how to act during that gap period. And if you look at even poor countries like Vietnam, who is lower GDP per capita than us, slightly richer countries like Thailand, they have all done things to prepare for how to have something in between a draconian, unsustainable system and the plague ending. If you ask me, it's like I haven't seen policy or vision on what the 3 months of very necessary sacrifice was done for. Do we have contact tracing? Do we have enhanced quarantine facilities? I don't know. But all I'm saying is I don't see it. And for me, the biggest insight of what was a successful country and an unsuccessful country is what did they do during the lockdown? Did they prepare for something to bridge the gap? Or did they just say, bahala na, may bakuna, walang bakuna, whatever, no? That's one insight. The second insight that I think is extremely critical when we look at all of this now is, why do lockdowns, necessary, draconian as they are, have a limited shelf life? There are two things we are assuming, which in the Philippines you can never assume. Constancy of enforcement and consistency of compliance. The longer you make someone sacrifice in the Philippines, or the longer you give look, I'm not a pro-Marcos or anti-Marcos or pro-yellow or anti-yellow person, but will anybody say the beginning of martial law was better than the end of martial law? Will anybody say the first 2 years of Cory were better than the last 2 years of Cory? You cannot assume constancy of enforcement and constancy of compliance. And when you do something as draconian as a lockdown, you cannot expect an emergency measure to translate to normal behavior, whether from the government enforcing it or the people supposed to comply with it. And my worry is we have not prepared for... Now, let me ask one last more comment.
Okay.
In Hong Kong, we're actually having our third wave. Okay?
Okay.
Started with January, February. That's why I came back in March. When they were starting the second wave, they clamped down. After 1 month, they opened up. Now, we're clamping down again. I'm told as of this afternoon, they're going to announce on Wednesday there's no more dining for a couple of weeks. But my point is, because they targeted it, did something in the meantime, even if we had to go back in Hong Kong to a second lockdown for a limited period, now we're going to go to a third lockdown for a limited period. First, the lockdown was never as severe as what we're doing in Manila. But because they saw tangible improvement, and there were, what they're doing in Hong Kong is half curative, half preventive. But because it worked already twice, they have said many times, we're not sure about everything because this is literally, to be exactly correct, I actually made a mistake in my last column. I'm admitting it publicly. When I said COVID-19, it's not the 19th virus pala. It's the year it was discovered. So like COVID-3 is SARS because it's 2003.
2003, that's right.
COVID-19 doesn't mean the 19th COVID. It means it was discovered late in 2019. That's the year. So again, to the people who may be watching, I apologize for my factual error. I'm happy all the time to admit when I'm wrong. But the point is, they're saying this is literally new. This is novel. Please forgive us if we make mistakes. Please forgive us if there are inconsistencies. But because people saw it go down to literally zero, when it flared up again, nobody's complaining here. Nobody's belly aching. Nobody's quoting fringe, left wing or right wing or weird wing sites to say this or that. They just said, we trust you enough to know you're doing the best you can. And we also know it will be for a limited time. Because this is now going to be the third time, which means the first two times they locked down and opened up. Lockdown and opened up. So they're saying, if it flares up again, the people tolerate it because they know konting tiis lang. It's not the day before it ends, it's extended for 2 weeks. The day before it ends, it's extended for 2 weeks. It's
Right.
like, for example, I'll give you one last example on how different things are planned. When there were a lot of foreigners coming in with the virus rather than local, on March 12 or 13, they said, besides no more foreigners coming in, all returning residents and citizens have to have a 2-week quarantine, which I had to do in June. By the way, it was really strict. GPS mapping, electronic bracelet, and 6 months imprisonment
Wow.
if you go out of your door. Okay, really serious. And the government called me twice a day to check. And basically it said, turn on your phone, show me where you are.
Wow.
You really, at any time, once they called 8 in the evening, once they called 7 in the morning, once they called 2, you don't know. So you really are going to stay to your room. Okay, now, what they originally said, this will be for at least 3 months. So it's supposed to expire June 14. When they saw they were still coming in on June 2 or 3, they extended it to September 18. So I told myself, shit, I have to, sorry, I'm basically going to say, if I leave Hong Kong, I'm going to have to suffer through all this when I come back. I better
Go
not
through it
leave.
again.
Or if I leave, don't come back. Then, okay, so I was waiting. I wonder, kaya September 18, will they lift it na? Last Friday, they said, because of what's happening now, this is extended till December 31. The travel thing, okay? Now, so you're like me. You can make a rational decision. Stay. If you go, you know what's going to happen when you come back. So you can plan rationally, and you can see every time they make the decision, like even this, like today's Monday, they're supposed to announce further restrictions on dining. It will be effective Wednesday. They give people time. It's
Yeah.
also, frankly, unless it's an emergency measure, they give people time. Anyway, I've talked too much already.
Thank you, Stevie. Well, Father Rani, Stevie and Prof. Tonton, make some pretty interesting points. I mean, they made several points, but I guess that leaves many to ask. What should be done now? I mean, you wrote about one of the ideas being put out there, which is charter change, and your position on it was pretty interesting. But could you give us some thoughts on that? What needs to happen? I mean, if it's not Chacha or federalism, right? What can be done?
Yeah, first of all, I have to be very grateful to Stephen for plenty of insights that I got from him now. Us from Tonton and Dr. C. But first of all, Klink, I think that we are a very fragmented society at the moment, which is one reason why we cannot come up with a unified plan. I also hope that in this Sona, I don't know if this is like hoping for steak and ice cream every day, which we can never have, no? But I really hope that in this Sona, the president will try to reach out to those who have been alienated from him, to those who once supported him but now cannot do so in conscience, like Tonton, and to the sectors like the Catholic Church that have always been critical of him. This is the time for him to reach out and to offer a hand of friendship and to actively invite their cooperation. We cannot really come up with a unified, effective solution unless everybody's on board. This is not the time for us to squabble among ourselves. Now, in regard to charter change, people said, well, this is not the time to talk about it. My point is, consistent with what I said a while ago, when is the appropriate time? If you say when the pandemic is over, we don't know when this is going to be over. Our national lives have to move on. But if there is one thing that the pandemic has taught us, it is that a centralized government like ours hasn't helped much. In fact, many point to the ineptitude with which the national government has handled the crisis. So why don't we revive in a rational manner, without name calling, without slurring, without shaming, our talks on the Constitution? For example, if we think that the problem is that there are oligarchs in the Philippines, that there are monopolies, then let's address that issue in the Constitution. If we think that it's because central administration is inefficient, then let's talk about how the principle of subsidiarity and the principles of decentralization can be applied. If we don't want to go full scale federalism, although I still think we should, but that's my belief, then let's think about models like Italy, Spain, and South Africa that might not be full federal systems, but that have empowered the region sufficiently to be able to respond with promptitude and effectiveness to contingencies that arise.
That's interesting. Well, Prof. Tonton, you're the political scientist among us. Why is there such political divisiveness? And let me throw in some more topics in this freewheeling discussion. There's of course that issue of ABS-CBN's franchise and the issue of the anti-terrorism. Are those? Is it legitimate to cite those as some of the things that maybe that are distracting or hijacking the public discourse, and when we should be getting together against a common enemy right now? What are your thoughts?
Actually, if there is one legacy of the Duterte administration or President Duterte that I think takes everything, because it's basically he's divisive. He has divided us. In the past, divisions are only an elite thing. It's fights among elites. But now the division is going into the level of families, levels of friendship. I see a lot of people, not talking to each other anymore. They block, they unfriend. So what we call the sense of kapwa or shared self is now eroding because of the divisiveness of the president. And so I agree that I think he should begin to do that. He should begin, mending fences. I don't know, however, if he can do that. Because he has this loyal base on which he doesn't care about the other side, He wants to obliterate the oligarchs. He wants to dismantle the oligarchs, even without full understanding what oligarchy means. That is my political scientist in me talking. We have this notion that only the rich are the oligarchs, but oligarchy is basically talking about the rule of the few. It's not even, and I think I understand where people, in terms of the anti-dynasty movement, is coming from. But if you look at the power structures that we have in the Philippines, for example, many of the allies of the president are not his families. Of course, his family members are all in politics, but Bongo is not a family member. Dennis Uy is not a family member. So even if you dismantle dynasties, but if you have rent-seeking, if you have patronage politics, then definitely people, like I said in my column, oligarchy will find, it's like water, it's going to find its natural level. It's going to look for new ways to influence. The elites will find ways to influence politics. They can do it through classmates, they can do it through fraternity brothers, they can do it through kababayans. But how do you change this? And so I do agree with Father Rani. You need some structural change. But to do structural change, you need the politicians to buy into that. You need the politicians, the Senate and the House, to buy into this. But how do we expect the Senate and the House, or the House who just railroaded? They didn't actually railroad it because they delayed it and then they voted it later about the ABS-7 franchise. How do you expect them to be agents of transformation? So if there is one agent of transformation that needs to be done or to be harnessed and mobilized, it would be ordinary people. I tell my students the reason why there is oligarchy is because people have already abdicated our sovereignty. We're supposed to be the sovereign. Our constitution starts. We, the sovereign Filipino people. We are the sovereign, but we have abdicated from it. We basically have forgotten that we are the source of power. But we are this typical, based on Remigio Agpalo's analysis, that we are typically this Pangulo system where we just rely on leaders. And then the leaders do it. But, it's about time that we need to cultivate a politically literate society. Because even if we have anti-dynasty laws, even if we have all of these things, but if the people will still keep on electing these kinds of politicians, then I don't think we're going to change. So where then you change that? That's where popular culture comes in. That's where educational system come in. That's where we, media, come in. We have to take up what I don't want to sound theoretical because that's what I teach right now, which is democratic theory. But there is this theory, the agonistic theory of democracy, where democracy, we think of democracy as consensus, but democracy is actually dissent. This democracy is about dissent. Democracy is about disruption, but it's people-centered dissent, people-centered disruption. So this is where I'm kind of very wary about this anti-terrorism law, because it attacks the right of people to dissent. It weakens that. So I hope the educational system, the civil society, and media will become agents for this agonistic politics where, dissent become constructive, critical, rational dissent, not just dissent, but rational. You come from in positions of understanding. And finally, on the issue of charter change, again, I agree with Father Rani, it's necessary. I also take, under ideal situations, I will favor a parliamentary federal system. That's for me, in my objective analysis of doing comparative politics, that's the best. But but how do you do that if you have weak parties? How do you do that if your politics is very personalistic? How do you, we even have this anti-dynasty provision where pwede pa rin ng presidente tapos ang anak niya, but that is still a dynasty. Technically. Pagbabawalan mo lang yung mayor, konsehal kasi local, o congressman sa magkaibang district, di ba? But in the end, you're going to allow a possibility that you have a president and then you have a mayor or a governor in the same family. But that will probably dilute power, but it's still there. But it's still the voters. If the voters will think that these people are elected because they're good, even if they're dynasties, that they begin voting in good dynasties and then voting out bad ones, then that's a more ideal situation for me than totally banning dynasties and then you end up having fraternities or regional groups or magkaklase sa Ateneo sa San Beda na siya magro-rule sa atin kasi oligarchy pa rin yun. That is still sequestration of power by a group that goes beyond bloodlines. Okay.
Stevie, you reacted quite obviously when Prof. Tonton mentioned the sports arena, in his backyard from LaSalle, what's your why did that elicit such a reaction from you? You totally agree, and again, how do we move forward from that?
I'm glad you asked it in those two parts, because first I have my reaction, then I have my, again, being a very pessimistic and negative person, my dream, which I am convinced will never be fulfilled. So let's start with the first. If this happened 1 month into the situation and we said, oh my God, all these people showed up and what do? I would be modestly forgiving. But to have it happen 6 months when you know how many people are showing up. I mean, you know what the flights are. You know who's on the flight. You know who's arriving. You know what their address is, where they're going. So for me, 6 months in, it's like it's 1 month in. That's for me what appalls me about the Rizal Memorial thing. It's frankly predictable that this would have happened. And it's sad that what could have been easily taken care of and prepared for was not. It goes back to my original comment about, the lockdown buys you time to do what you need to do to bridge the gap. This is an example of not having done what you need to do. I mean, you know who's coming in on the flights. You know where they're going to go. What is this bottleneck, which is a human bottleneck, just not an inconvenience? So what do I suggest happens? Let's look at our more successful neighbors who are the closest to us in GDP per capita. Vietnam, a little below us. Thailand, above us. But that's the closest, okay? From GDP per capita, Thailand's roughly almost double us. Vietnam is 10% below us for now, okay? But so they're the closest analogs. No one will claim they have democratic governments. No one will claim they have perfect governments.
Sure.
Since we're in a public forum, I will watch my words with some discretion. No, because if we were talking privately, I might be more impolite.
More frank, yeah.
Okay, so but because we're in the public forum, what do both of them have that we do not have, which takes into account their foibles, their regional jealousies, their so on and so forth? They have two things. One comes from the government and one comes from the people. The one that comes from the government is a relatively effective, apolitical civil service. So the politicians may change, the generals may change, the cabinet ministers may change, whose general secretary in Vietnam may change, but you go to government and you expect a certain level of service and competence that remains constant.
Policies, yeah.
Exactly. So if we, never mind already who's president, pangit, guapo, maganda, inutil, never mind. If we have actually a bureaucracy that, see, what's the difference? When you don't like them, you call it bureaucracy. When you like them, you call it civil service. All right? So can we have a civil service that, look, like Thailand, I talk to my clients there. Government runs regardless of, that's why, no
matter how many coups they have.
There's
right?
a coup, there's nothing, they don't care. Tumatakbo naman eh. Okay, so that's number one. What is the other thing that comes from the people? And since, we have a reverend with us, I will moderate my comments on what's the cause. But one of the things that Vietnam and Thailand have in a very different way is love of community and love of country. Many of you have been to Thailand and Vietnam. You tell me, is there open garbage anywhere? You have street vendors cooking. You don't see garbage. Why? Because they do not view this as something for me to take care of for myself. They have a love of community and they have a love of country. They have a feeling of a shared environment, a shared destiny. Now, Vietnam is the most extreme example of really love of country. My God, if you can beat Japan, France, China, and the USA, you really love your country. But even in a different way, look at Thailand. I mean, and that really, sad to say, we really don't have that. And for me, until we have shared experience, shared purpose, we're not going to work. And until we have a government who we consider civil service rather than bureaucracy, it'll work. Now, if we have both, a lot of imperfections can be glossed over because we see it already. Look at those two countries and even throw in Malaysia. It works. It runs. For all the imperfections, it runs much better than we do.
Right. Robbie,
maybe I can ask or react to that point, Clint.
Yes, I was wondering if you can, I was hoping you jump in there because there are so many things that are
by the way,
related to your expertise here. But maybe if you can start off with that situation with the Rizal Memorial Center. I mean, I know hindsight is 2020, and I know that we have to help people get home somehow. But what would have been a better way to go about it? Because even as Steve was saying, even now we're seeing constantly from the news the deplorable situation that people are facing now, stuck in transit because of all these things. And as Prof. Tonton said, that is the state of the nation, unfortunately.
Yeah, Klink, just on that Rizal Memorial Stadium situation which we're facing today, it's really also highlights a question of overlapping or maybe not very clear responsibilities for situations like that. That situation was festering already for, like Stephen was saying. It actually started, around the airport. People who were stranded and no one looking after them, and it just continued for such a long time. And I believe it also lies in the lack of accountability, or a lack of a point agency for a situation like that. And I want to go back to Stephen's point about a weak civil service. And for me, it's also at the root of many of the problems that we see today, and the issues about not being able to react effectively to a crisis. It's something we cannot change overnight, but it highlights that this administration and maybe successive administrations need to actually devote a lot of attention to civil service reform. And we need to ask ourselves, why are our best and brightest, choosing anything except government service? It's almost as if, their parents will say, what, you want to join government? Are you crazy? So it's that sort of attitude. And I think, Klink, you're an educator also, right?
Yeah.
So how can we change that around? It's something that people want to push maybe into, they want to kick the can down the road, but it's really a problem of everyone. And
Can I react when you're done?
Yeah, and you see, when we have had many secretaries of many different departments who had the right motives, who had the right reform agenda, who had the right plans, but even after years and years in office, they were not able to execute what they wanted to do. And it really goes to this point about having that weak civil service.
I could react slightly before you continue.
Sure, please. That's
Okay.
it. I said my piece there.
Now, riffing on your riff, Bertrand Russell said, "I've never seen a nation starved into democracy." All right? Now, let's look at the other. I think there is I'm not going to say it's a total solution, but it's a necessary solution. Pay market rates for market talent. Okay? One of the things I remember watching a special where they said, part of what they're trying to do in Africa is pay private sector rates for government talent, because they said in the end, overpaying some people, even with security of tenure, is better than them being corrupt and overpricing a project by X% or whatever. So if you look at the extreme example, is Singapore, where they overdid it. That nobody wants to be in the private sector, because if you join the civil service, the prime minister makes what, $2 million or $3 million US dollars a year. Cabinet secretaries make close to $1 million or thereabouts. So, okay, that's a little too extreme. And that's why even Lee Kuan Yew felt he stifled the entrepreneurial, it's in his book, stifled the entrepreneurial spirit a little bit, because he made it too attractive to be in government and too inexcusable to be corrupt. But hey, we've seen the other side of the equation, right? So I don't think this is an accident that people are paid below market rates to be in government. It is policy, never stated, always implied. Why? Because it creates a cycle of dependence between the political patron and the permanent employees.
Mm.
You want to move up, you want to get this, you want to get that, you owe me.
Mm. Robbie, Stevie made a point earlier also, and I want to bring it back to there where he said that it's in wealthy countries where you see the wealthy riding public transport. I think that's an interesting that's an interesting trait to explore now. I mean, how do we get there?
Well, it's actually prioritizing people over cars. I think this is really one flaw, and that quote is from Enrique Peñalosa, who was the mayor of Bogota, and until recently, he had two stints as mayor, and just recently, I think, finished the term. But his point there was, we have to think of moving people rather than cars. And here we have been too long in the philosophy of fixing traffic by making cars go faster. But the reality, and I think this is one point I keep driving, or I keep pushing on, is a very small minority of the Philippine population actually own cars, and yet we prioritize cars on all our roads. So
I think you said 10% in one of the business forums.
It's like 12%. In 12%. Metro Manila, 12%, and in nationally, it's less than 5% of households own cars, and yet all our projects, or many of our projects, including many in the build, are intended to serve like the car user. While we need to think now, how can we serve people who don't have cars, who are in the vast majority? So this is one hope I have, that people will realize this and transform or revise our objectives, our targets, our performance measures to make them people-oriented and less vehicle-oriented. So that's, I think, one hope that I have. I mean, everyone, I think Father Rani and Tonton and Stephen were somewhat pessimistic, but as a planner, for my own sanity, I have to be optimistic. I have to be optimistic. Otherwise, you invite insanity, right?
I want to keep my hopes alive. I don't want to give up on us. There are just 2 points, no? I just like to make 2 points. One is you asked, why do the best and brightest Filipinos not join government service? Well, we have had very bright Filipinos in government service, but there is so much disincentive now for Filipinos to be in government service. And one of that is the level of national discourse we have. How can I expect to offer myself for government service when even honest mistakes get the most brutal form of shaming from people who have no right to shame me at all? See, I may have very good ideas, I may have very good plans, but people who are determined to oppose for the sake of opposing can pillory me at any instance, and everybody jumps on the bandwagon of criticism. I'm not saying there should be no criticism. In fact, there should be. But I think it's the kind of gutter discourse that we've gotten ourselves into that is a very big disincentive to those who want to serve in government. And number two, I've always believed this. The statements of my colleagues so far point to the fact that we need civic-minded citizens. There was this example of Bangkok, nobody throwing garbage around. That's true. I think structures and citizens and the behavior of citizens influence each other. Many times people say, well, you can change the structure, but if you don't change the citizens, nothing's going to change. That's not completely true. You can have structures that condition the behavior of citizens, just as you need good citizens to come up with sound structures.
So, Father Adi, what kind of structures would you like to see? I mean, the government now has 2 years left. As you said, there are disincentives and hurdles to an honest to goodness public discourse. I mean, is there anything that can be done with legal reform or maybe some other reform? What should be on our top? What's a top burner issue right now?
One of the most destructive things for me in the country has been a politics that centered on the persons. People ask themselves, sino bang tatakbo? Hindi yung ano bang
Personality.
plataforma niya? Ano bang plano
Yeah.
niya sa gobyerno? Yung question na predominant, sino bang tatakbo? Why don't we move away from that by putting in place a structure that disincentivizes persons and that empowers parties and funds parties and makes parties very strong? Maybe that can be done, I think.
Right. Prof. Tonton, I'm glad you're. I wanted to ask you. Well, first, Stevie mentioned brought up Lee Kuan Yew earlier, and I remember in 1993 he said that the Philippines had too much discipline, that it was an obstacle to development. Now we have people saying that our democracy is in danger, and you wrote also something related to that about how people in government seem to have thin skins. I mean, they're not open to public comments, and yet Father Rani was saying that there's this thing with I suppose with social media that I suppose sets you up for a mob reaction to an unpopular comment that you may have. Well, what's the remedy here?
There are two realities right now that we need to face. One is because of social media, because of the internet, it's very easy for people to troll and trash public officials, public personalities, not just officials, but any personality for that matter. I am a victim of trolling myself. I've been attacked left and right, even if I'm not a government official. And government officials face the two. And then you have on the other side naman, is that you begin to see a lot of people in government who are also becoming onion skinned about this. So you are having these two colliding, and then you have a formula for people to be easily pissed off instead of ignoring. But at the same time, you also have citizens who don't know the proper way of doing responsible, rational criticism. Unfortunately, that is what's happening right now. Now, how do you get out of it? It's really a problem, because it's a problem of supply and demand. It's on both ends, of the discursive spectrum. You have people who cannot know how to do proper criticism, but you have also people who don't know how to take it. But this is part of the democratic discourse. For me, I'd rather, this is where I think the public officials should endure being trashed, but must be insulated from unnecessary lawsuits. I think that's one way of doing it. You can survive all these criticisms of being trolled, but when you become the object of nuisance cases, have friends who don't want to work in government because their retirement can be jeopardized, because if there's someone whom they displease, they can easily be sued when they're about to retire, so they're going to get the retirement benefits. I have a relative who have to wait for like 6 years or 7 years to get her retirement pay kasi kinasuhan siya ng mga empleyado niya na nainis sa kanya. So these are things that we need to really temper, I think, and we have to increase the salaries of our public servants. We have to increase the salaries. We have to make sure that they're properly remunerated, and there has to be some kind of a protection from unnecessary lawsuits, even if there is still a high level of accountability. Because like I said, we live in a democratic country. You cannot, this is the reality of, it's even true in the US. Everywhere, there is trolling. But look at the United States, how they demonize Trump. And the Trump, doesn't even care. They demonize them back, And so you have the system of a democracy that is becoming noisy.
Would you say that, that would be a good starting point, maybe to enrich public discourse? I mean, I know some people who probably would choose now to keep silent because they're afraid of being trolled on the internet, and or maybe they just are maybe have just some misplaced Asian value that they don't want to appear disrespectful or whatever. I don't know. Do you think that's a good starting point?
There are many there are so many starting points actually, and that's a good starting point. But because the problem is so structural, so things that we would not just intentionally change and alter beyond our control, it's very difficult where do we start? And that's why I always go back to my point that we should start where we are. If we are educators, then we have to begin transforming education. If we are in media, we have to adopt media practices that are good. If we are in business, then we should do responsible business. Let us all be wary of the fact that we are here and we are the sovereign, and we have to be critical and rationally critical at that. You know, we have to start where you are, because if you expect that the senators will change, and all of these politicians will change,
you'll get disappointed.
By the way, Klink, I have to go because it's already 2:49. Thank you for having me.
I appreciate your time with us, Prof. And
bye, Stephen. Bye, Robert.
Bye, nice to meet you.
Tonton, nice meeting you.
Bye.
Stevie, you want to take up from there? Where do we start? I mean, Tonton was saying that whatever your station in life is, that's where you start. But does it start?
I was just thinking about it, but I lalabas yung tunay na investment banker ako. Okay, we start with money. Okay, the problem is we either give carrots or we give sticks. We don't give both. Why is there very, very little insider trading in major firms like mine? Because we're paid enough, number one. But number two, if being paid enough, we still do stupid things, boy, they really, let's just say, throwing the book at you is an understatement, all right, of what happens. So I go back to what Bertrand Russell said, and I quoted. If you give people enough, then the people who by nature are decent people, I'm not even going to say model citizens or saints, just decent people, will then do the decent thing. I remember people always say, why do Filipinos do well abroad and not at home? I said, it's not a matter of at home or abroad. It's a matter of what they are rewarded for and what they are incentivized to do. So if they're not hungry, if they're not worried about how to pay for their children's education, if they're being paid what they feel is a fair wage for the level and quality and position they have, the majority will not want to ruin that. And that's why I think the salary standardization law, which is a misnomer, it is really a standard salary substandardization law, because the gap between what someone can get for an equal job in a leading institution versus what you get in government is so different. And then you have all this inggitan, yayaman lang sila, this not. Yeah, but some people are tempted to become mayaman in the different way, the worst way, rather than earning it honestly and being paid on a meritocratic, fair basis. I think if you start with that, once people don't feel they're living from pay. I mean, look, one of the things I was shocked, Link, my daughter worked for government for a short while.
This is Nicole?
Yeah, and my brother in the 1970s worked. I didn't realize what happened in the 1970s is still happening now. You might go months without pay, then Department of Budget will release something, then you get paid. I mean, never mind the levels. How can a normal person live like that?
Yeah.
3 months walang sweldo, then buhos ang sweldo, hahabol. You never get paid in advance though. So, I mean, the whole system is basically telling someone, don't rely on what your job provides you. What kind of signal is that?
Right.
How would your employees feel if you didn't pay them regularly and you paid them when you were in the mood? Right. Even if the amount is there, but it's when you feel your cash flow allows it, I'll pay you.
Right. Pay when able. Yeah.
Stephen?
Or when desired. Because frankly, in the Philippines, in the government, I don't understand how they can do that. And frankly, how people live. And then third is, but they can pay it naman. It's appropriated. It's just inefficiencies in the system. And I didn't realize, literally nearly 50 years later, ganun pa rin.
Still the same. Still the same. Robbie, you were, a consultant for a while with ADB. Well, I mean, I mean, you didn't just deal with the Philippines; you dealt with other countries as well. What kind of reforms can be done? And of course, this is not unique to the Philippines, but but again, what matters is where we live, right? But what can be done?
You know, when you talk to Singaporeans, and of course they have a very high standard in terms of their government, and Stephen's already cited, their pay scales. They'll say Singaporeans, it's not that they're any more honest or any more sort of less corrupt than Filipinos or anything like that, but they've developed actually good systems, good controls, good measures that enable people to be incentivized to do the right thing. If you do the wrong thing, someone will find out and you will be penalized. And unfortunately, I think today there's still a huge part of the government where that doesn't happen. And I think that's one of the areas where we need to work on, partly through using the best opportunities that information technology provides today. And I mean, a simple example might even be like how traffic violations should be meted. We always worry about the traffic enforcer who calls you down, and I would say perhaps half of those incidents are actually traps,
Shakedowns,
traps that are set up by enforcers as sort of money-making sort of situations. But if we had a policy where the only violations that would be imposed would be, let's say, no contact apprehensions, meaning only through cameras, only using IT, it would actually change the way people would behave, I believe. You'd have a lot more people actually respecting the law if they knew they would be, they could be caught by camera, right? And if they committed a violation, that they would be penalized fairly. You see,
I have a funny story to that, Robert.
Yeah.
I won't say which country I was in because I don't want to give it away. It's like that, the contactless, okay?
Yes,
and we were frankly in the province and we were in a rush to get to the airport. So they had to speed. So it was a highway without traffic. They literally put compact discs and rubber band around the license plate. So when it flashes the license plate, it will just be a reflection back. Now they said, we cannot do that in the city because we'll be caught. But since we're in the countryside and we're speeding to make you catch your flight, I was just laughing. So, first of all, but yes, it made it less likely. But I would just say, do not underestimate ingenuity. And this is in a very big country. I won't tell you which one because I don't want to be accused of disparaging, but maybe an isolated incident. But I was
I have a question for you.
Yes, I have a question for Stephen, no? And a comment and a question for Stephen. Yes, you cited Bertrand Russell, who happens to be one of my favorite philosophers. The problem, Stephen, is look, we have increased the pay of judges in the Philippines, I think as high as it can get. We have also increased the pay of policemen. We have increased the pay of army people. And yet, despite the increase, we still find instances of corruption because actually there is no limit to human greed. So don't you think, my personal take also is, yes, one reason people are corrupt in government is because they don't get paid enough. On the other hand, that cannot be the complete answer because even where we already have pay increases, we still have instances of corruption. For example, the members of the legislature receive a hefty sum, their salaries and their benefits included. On the other hand, I also think that higher education has failed us because while higher education has been directed at outcomes that industry and business demand, which is of course correct because we want our graduates employed, it has also failed in the respect of forming citizens, citizenship formation, a return to training and formation in the civics. I think that's what's lacking. I don't know what you have to think of it, Stephen.
Okay, let me answer a few things. First, I agree with you that, but the question is, are the salaries high enough or just better? Number one. Let me counter that people would say overall the central bank is a very professional and relatively unclean government agency. And that's because they actually were exempted when the central bank law was passed under Ramos, and they pay nearly market rates. And given you trade off the nearly market rates with security of tenure, and you have very decent people. We've now had 2 straight central bank deputy governors who did fantastic jobs as governors, literally rose through the ranks, Singson and Tetanco, okay? And now that was never done before Singson. They always brought an outsider to be governor. Now, however, I did say carrot and stick, not carrot or stick. Again, if you read Lee Kuan Yew's biography, what is the difference between anti-corruption and anti-enemies? When you investigate, charge, and jail your allies, that's anti-corruption. If it's the previous government's people, that's just score settling. All right? Lee Kuan Yew, it finally got settled when very painfully his sitting president was charged and was forced to resign and went to jail. And same thing with a cabinet secretary. Then you know it's serious. When all you're doing is saying, oh, those previous people were so bad. What about your people? When you start charging your people, then it's necessary. Now, but getting back to judges, it has to also be complemented with systemic reform. You need to see what it's like to go in front, have a criminal case or a civil case in another country. Not just, let's say, the best country. Like I'll give you an example. It's the same thing whether it's in the US or in Hong Kong or in the UK, all right? And Malaysia. Here, you'll have a preliminary investigation, you'll file the case. The judge will hear 10 cases in the calendar. He'll only listen to 1 or 2. Lawyers show up, defendants, litigants show up, and literally 80% of them will not be heard that day. Then the next hearing is in 3 months, so on and so forth. I remember there was a case when, I'm a lapsed lawyer, okay? I don't practice. I haven't looked at the law book since 1984. But I remember there was a case where this father complained that his son in grade school should have been valedictorian. It was decided by the Supreme Court when the kid was already graduated from college. It's irrelevant. And it's true. You look at all these election cases, they'll decide it if they decided 3 months, 6 months before the term ends. What's the point already? Now, what happens in other countries? And I've seen this. What you do, like, let's use something that everybody will understand. O.J. Simpson. Okay? Everybody knows he was charged. Because it was a multiple murder he was being charged with, there was no bail. There was no trial for over a year because they are collecting the evidence. They are not playing games in court. The preliminary investigation is taken very seriously. You agree on the evidence. You agree on the witnesses. Only later breaking items are the surprise. Then the hearing is tuloy-tuloy. It takes 1 week, 2 weeks, whatever it takes, 1 day, depending on whether it's summary. Might take a year or 2 to investigate. But once you file, you hear it from beginning to end. You do that, you're also lessening the chances for abuse, corruption, laying somebody, because it happens and it's over.
But already, you mentioned the salaries. You said, the judges and justices have seen increases, and as did other government officials. And actually that, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it true also that, after they retire, I think especially for Supreme Court justices, they retain their salary in retirement, right? Presumably to keep them straight while they're on the bench. But we don't see that happening. We don't see that happening now. So, and then Stephen just brought up this other point related to that about the whole set of problems with our judicial system, right?
Well, I can give you first-hand information. My father was an appellate justice until he retired, and you see, they had two forms of salary increase. They had what was known as in his time, they still didn't have the second one, but they had the share from the Judiciary Development Fund. And then, but that JDF is distributed in inverse proportion to your salary. In short, the lower ranking court officials get more of the JDF than the judges and the higher ranking court officials, because that's meant to compensate for the difference in salaries. But the SAJ, the salary adjustment for judges, which was the answer of the legislature when it did not want to exempt judges from the salary standardization law, virtually made the salaries of judges twofold. And when judges retire, they do get the salaries they had as incumbents, minus, of course, the allowances that judges are entitled to. And that's exactly in line with the theory of Stephen. No? Kaya ginawang ganon, that high ang mga judges in the hope that a high salary would dissuade them from being corrupt and from being wayward. But the corrupt at heart will remain corrupt no matter how high the salary is. But that's, again, I concur with Stephen there. There has to be a very strong stick, and a stick that is evenly applied. When a judge errs, he has to be dealt with firmly. And I insist on my thesis, really, Klink, that it has to do a lot with the education of our citizenry also. Because where our citizens see that the evil flourish and the good remain in poverty and misery, there's no incentive really to be righteous.
Well, that's an interesting point, and the whole education sector is not spared from the difficulties that all businesses are facing now, and in fact, there have been some reports that some of them may be just on the brink of bankruptcy because of the situation. So, if the point is that if education reform was hard before. Wow, it seems to be much more difficult now, given the economic realities. What do you think, Father Randy?
By the way, Stephen, in the province, Stephen, in Manila, of course, you have government competing with private sector. So, for example, one reason why the Bangko Sentral employees were exempted from the salary standardization law was because if you don't do that, they're going to private banking, which rewards them very much higher compensation. On the other hand, in the provinces, like where I am, I go to San Beda only for my San Beda classes. In the province, the government is still the best employer because it gives you security. The moment you're on the plantilla, you won't be removed from there unless you're really stupid. And finally, when you retire, you can look forward to some security, which cannot be offered by the private sector.
And Father Randy,
it's my Manila-centric view.
Yeah, Father Randy, that's an interesting point also, because a lot of private schools are complaining that the salaries of public school teachers are too high, and that they are seeing a drain from private schools to public schools because of the adjustments that had to be made to the salary of teachers. In fact, this is a complaint now of the private school associations. What are your thoughts there?
It's like Stephen. I'm like Stephen here, and also like Professor Dr. Robert. No, unless you pay them well, you're going to have mediocre professors and instructors, because you want them to get good doctorate degrees. You have to pay those who have good doctorate degrees from reputable universities and institutions, and those who have had a record for research and publication. That doesn't come cheaply. that comes with a very hefty bill. On the hand, Clink, I also see the problem of private institutions that cannot charge very high fees. Ateneo, LaSalle, and even San Beda will not have problems because their
Right.
fees are good enough to keep them afloat.
Right.
What about provincial,
There's so
private
many others,
higher
yeah.
education institutions? They sink when the waters are these turbulent. My solution has always been, it is always cheaper to enter into some sort of servicing contract with private institutions than to build more state universities and colleges. It costs a lot to build too many state universities and colleges. So when you have a surplus of of enrollees in state universities and colleges, because too many like to enroll, especially now that everything is free. Under 10931, there are no tuition
Yeah.
fees, there are no miscellaneous fees. Why does the government not enter into a servicing agreement with private schools to absorb the surplus who can't get into state universities
Right.
and colleges? That way, you keep the private schools alive, and at the same time, they get quality education as well.
Right. Right.
You know, Click, that's a very, very good point. And I want to actually bring up the same principle for our transportation sector. You know, the essential services area, education, health, transportation. Government should now consider a service contract approach into keeping the essential services going. Because what we're seeing today is COVID-19 has rendered a lot of those services financially unviable. And we are in danger of destroying that capital unless we take a different approach altogether, a different business model for how to deliver those services. And in terms of what kind of budget should be used, it's better to spend budget for this, preserving this type of capital and continuing, retaining the essential service rather than spending for purely relief. So this is where I would say we need to restore that balance, and I would, endorse that view of Father Rani 100%.
Yeah, Robbie. One of the things that's also impacting the education center now, this concern and debate over transportation, right? I mean, your area of expertise. Because it's one thing to maintain distancing in the classroom, which is a totally different. And there's also the problematic issue of bringing students to schools.
Exactly.
What policy options should be discussed there?
Well, you see, this is where I would say our prevailing business model is no longer relevant, no longer appropriate, no longer working. Because here you have a situation where the government issues franchises. It tells, okay, 4,600 buses, we ask you to operate. But the reality is maybe less than 1/3 are actually operating because they worry about losing money. So our system today cannot deliver the services that the public requires. NEDA and DOF, they are asking for the resumption of 75% of the economy. But the problem is how to get our workers to their jobs, right? If public transport isn't operating, there's no way that the government can compel transport operators to provide the service. So we need to change the model in the same way that Father Rani was mentioning. We need now to contract the buses in a way like a charter. And this is how they organize public transport services all over the world. London, Hong Kong, Singapore, you've got government actually contracting public transport operators who are private operators, and then measuring their performance and they have a system of incentives and penalties if they don't meet the service standards. So we can do the same even in schools, right, Father? We can
Link,
do the
I have a
same type of contract. Yes.
Link, I have a question for Dr. Robert.
Yep.
Dr. Robert, when I am in Manila, I rent a place not too far away from my office in San Beda, no?
Yep.
And yet, from Paco to San Beda to Mendiola, it can take me an hour if the traffic is really bad.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it can take me an hour.
Yes.
Yes. Now, Stephen was saying a while ago that the mark of an advanced society is when we take the public transport rather than take our own cars. Well, for obvious reasons, I cannot take the public transport because the nearest station is quite far away. Now, I was going to ask you, Dr. Robert, despite the fact that government has put a lot of money into our metro transit and our metro rail system, and do you think it is really feasible to have something like the subway in Manila? Because whenever I'm in Rome, for example, subway is still the fastest way for me to
Yes.
get around.
Yes.
When I delivered a paper in London, I found out that the best way to get around is still subway. But I was going to ask you, is it
Yes.
still worthwhile putting up something like that in Manila?
You know, Father, every large city like Manila needs a combination of many different public transport modes. And so rail, including subway, needs to be part of that mix. And rail, it will take time and take a large investment to do it. But I believe we need to continue on that track. But we shouldn't put all our eggs in that basket. We need balance. And what I see today, and maybe this is where I could fault DOTR, is that a lot of, almost all their eggs was in the rail basket. And that I think meant that most of the benefits would still come perhaps in the next administration. Certainly the subway, not possible to deliver any benefit within this administration. Not enough time. But we still need it. We should shift a little bit of the mix so that we improve our buses and jeepneys. And if we did that, we could actually deliver some good improvements even in this administration. But it needs to have attention, it needs to have focus. The other thing which will deliver very good improvements today is improving our walking and cycling infrastructure. And this is one point that all cities around the world are discovering, that people will shift into bicycles, regardless of what climate they have. And people have said, oh, Filipinos will never bike here because it's too hot or too wet. But we're finding bicycles are running out of stock in all our sports stores. You have a lot more people cycling. Just go and look even at EDSA or Commonwealth. How many people are cycling today? And for you, Father, if we had a good bike lane, right? You could probably get to work,
faster.
in no time. And I would say in many cities around the world, it's the number one transport sector response to COVID-19. And if the government would allocate even like 5% of its budget to improving pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, it would mean so much. For example, how many students could actually use a bicycle to get to school? It would actually mean healthier and happier Filipinos. And I would say this is a very good lesson from, Scandinavian countries where almost, every student, is going to school in a bicycle.
Robbie, how can, I guess this is, I guess part of my understanding of Father Rani's questions earlier, given the landscape in Manila now, the way that our current infrastructure is designed, given the congestion that we have, how do you put in that infrastructure for pedestrians and bicycles, where in some areas we can't even afford to put in a sidewalk without
Yes.
pushing into private property anymore.
That's a very good question, Klink. And it's really because we, up to now, we want to preserve the space for cars. Today we look around and all our roads are filled with cars. But actually, if we took half of that road space and devoted it to pedestrians cycling or even public transport, using a dedicated lane for buses, we could actually move 10 to 20 times more people with the same road space and with much higher efficiency. We would improve the productivity of our cities, 100%. People would not have to wake up at 4 in the morning in order to get to work by 8 o'clock, which is, the case for so many Filipinos today, right? They hardly have time to get 8 hours of sleep in their own beds. They are sleeping, inside public transport vehicles because it takes so long to actually move around the city using public transport. So I think this is one area where if we made, a big improvement, it would change the character of our cities. It would change the character of our country.
What about what
Can I
Stevie
say
was
something
saying?
complimentary to Robert?
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay. I agree with you. I'd like to add something. We've all been talking about people. We haven't talked about goods. One of the biggest problems in the Philippines, all our goods are transferred by road. You look at other countries,
Yes.
it's rail and sea. It is more efficient. It is doesn't burden the road network. It's only, you don't basically bring something from one province to another by road. It's the shorter haul. The transport of goods by road is in effect the last mile or the last 5 miles. Here, that's it. Is there a train out of the port
Yeah.
area to warehouse areas and depots? You look at other countries. Vietnam, besides a rail network, because it's very narrow, has inter-country shipping. Just go north and south, north and south, north and south. And then they have little ports. They drop them off in the ports. Then they transfer them to the cities. You look in Thailand, Malaysia, you will see rail networks. Warren Buffett bought Burlington Northern because he knew there's going to be more and more efficiency and cost savings, both energy and cost, by using rail. We clog up our roads for people, besides all the reasons Robert say, because we also transfer all our goods
Yes.
from point to point by road.
Ravi, isn't there a
Absolutely
point?
agree.
Isn't there a point also from what Stevie was saying earlier about carrots and sticks, that maybe we should also look at the people working in the public transport agencies? I mean, my impression is some of those people are not paid well, and then I don't know if that's those are facts, but that's just an impression. And also, trouble that every administration we get, that the head of those agencies are political people rather than professionals who actually know something about running a public transport organization.
No, that's very true, Klink. I had the benefit of working in the Department of Transportation for about 5 years after I retired from ADB. And for me, it was a bit of a culture shock because I was hoping that I would see perhaps more capacity, not just technical capacity, but also administrative capacity. But what I found, though, was really an institution that was very poorly equipped, very poorly equipped to tackle the type of problems that we have today. So I would say in terms of build, one of the builds there should really be about building the institution. And we need to actually have, try to bring in more talent, more, and also more bodies. Actually, the sad thing about working at DOTR, where many young people were there at the time I was there, that the best they could offer were just 6-month contracts without any longer-term career potential. The whole institution was so small relative to its mandate, and anyone extra that they could hire were just on short-term contracts. And this is the problem. You train up someone, gets to like the job, and then you have to let that person go because you can't offer any long-term career. And this is one thing where we need to actually work on fixing, many of these agencies. And DOTR isn't the only one. We find that across many different parts of our government.
Clink.
Yes, Father Rani?
Yeah, I just want to pick up from what Dr. Robert said. This phenomenon of, number one, whenever there's a new administration, the new administration feels that all the spoils belong to it. And therefore, it wipes the slate completely clean, puts its own people there, with the result that you lose a lot of institutional memory. So you cannot build on institutional memory because there's nothing there. Everybody is gone and everybody has to learn the ropes again. So can't we do something structurally as well as legally so that the good people whom we have in these departments are kept there, so that the next administration, instead of wiping them out and putting its own people there, gets the benefit of those who should be there? And then the other thing too is, you see, this has to do particularly with the state universities. I am connected with the state university. We were promised that there would be a new staffing pattern, which would have given us 450 new positions. This has never been passed. This has been promised us for 2 years already. It has never come to fruition. So what we have is exactly what Dr. Robert pointed out. When we have a good scientist coming around whose services we want to engage, we can only offer a 6-month contract or a 1-month contract because that is the limit that is allowed us under civil service rules. But who's the scientist who wants to give up a lucrative research position somewhere else for a 1-year stint in a university? Nobody's going to do that.
Right. Well, that's the recurring problem, isn't it? I mean, this whole phenomenon about government casuals who are supposed to be there short term, but they remain casual year after year after year. I don't know, Stevie. What's a good stick for something like that? I mean,
my comment again is what I said earlier: strengthen the civil service. It's, I don't know, there was a fantastic television show in the 80s and 90s, Yes Minister, which became Yes Prime Minister in the UK. And it's all about how the civil service is just there to stymie the prime minister, the cabinet ministers, because they have their own agenda now. It was not done in praise of the bureaucracy. But frankly, you cannot have that kind of show in the Philippines because they wouldn't dare stand up to the political appointees. And again, as I said, I talk to people in other Asian countries. They basically are more relaxed, like in Thailand, because it starts with a proper civil service that's properly rewarded, that's relatively meritocratic. And then to use a word I like to say, let the politicians bloviate all they want.
Go ahead.
I just say there's the noise and there's the work. We're trying to stop the noise. We should really enhance the work because the noise is a given in our society.
You brought up Lee Kuan Yew. You're more familiar with his leadership style than many people are. You know, when he came to the Philippines, I think the last time, as I mentioned earlier, he pretty much lectured us on having too much discipline. But it's quite interesting to remember that speech, and I don't know that, you know, some people will agree that still applies today. But what are some of the lessons there from what Lee Kuan Yew did that can be, you know, realistically be copied here?
Let me be very radical. I think nothing. I'll tell you why. Lee Kuan Yew ran a city-state.
Yeah.
It's very easy. If he became what he was hoping to originally become, Prime Minister of Malaysia, he would not have run things the way he ran it in Singapore. And he always was frustrated because he felt his protean talents were, you know, minimized by only running a city. Now, he made a model city. But so I think if we're looking for a consensus-driven, let's say not, I think we better look at some of the middle-income countries that have done better. I think that would be a more appropriate model. And if I look at all of them, I'm going to say two things which I think are a little controversial. There are two things that have made countries go from third world to middle income. One is a good civil service. But I'll tell you what the real number one thing is, which we have failed miserably at. Cheap power. Not democracy, not dictatorship, not intelligent government, cheap electric power. Because if you're going, the biggest driver of mass employment is industry. The biggest item in any industrial enterprise is cost of power. Look at Vietnam. The cost of power is 40% ours. Thailand, 30% of ours. Indonesia, sometimes half. People will put up, I mean, can you imagine, let's assume you want to put up a steel mill, okay? 50% more or less of your cost is energy, converting iron to steel. If you start out with a 50% disadvantage on 50% of your cost, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Let me play devil's advocate a bit. I mean, some people say that the reason why our power costs are so high is because it's the full cost. There's no government subsidy like there is in Vietnam and elsewhere.
Yes, there is government subsidy. There is government subsidy in Vietnam, in Indonesia, a little bit in Malaysia. Now, all I can tell you is, well, look at the benefits.
Right.
Was it worth the cost?
Right.
When you look at GDP per capita.
Right. What about the power mix? Father Rani, I mean, people talked about, for instance, you know, diversifying the power mix in the Philippines to include nuclear power, but they cite, you know, constitutional provisions that prevent that. And you know, I guess, you know, that goes to some people's observation that some of our laws are just not up with the times, such as that case, and also maybe even with environmental, some of our environmental protections which prohibit, for instance, incineration, you know, are not in tune with modern technology that are able to do incineration without the emissions that we had in the 80s and earlier.
Let me make one comment about nuclear power, please. Before,
Go ahead.
Can I just make one comment on nuclear power? People say nuclear power is cheap. Okay, it is not. I'll tell you why. The people who have said that look at the operating cost of a power plant. They do not look at the depreciated total cost. The capital cost of a power plant is so much higher. See, so somebody looks at it costs X cents per kilowatt or megawatt per power. That's operating cost. You do not include the capitalization, how much the power plant costs, insurance, and so on. So when you put the total cost, it's very different.
Father
Stephen,
Yeah, well, Yes, Kling, in the first place, I don't know where the people got the idea that nuclear power as a source of energy in the Philippines is not allowed by the Constitution. What we don't allow under the Constitution is the presence of nuclear weapons here. Well, there's a difference, actually. But whether or not nuclear power is the best thing for us is a matter for scientists to debate. And the factor brought in by Stephen is a correct consideration. Let's ask ourselves, of course, it's clean energy, but what are the costs? And what are the costs of rehabilitating the Bataan nuclear plant that has been mothballed for a long time now? For all we know, it will even take more. But what is obvious is we cannot go on using fossil fuel and using non-renewable sources like we always have had. That's just not going to work anymore, and that's not going to serve us in the long term. But taking the discussion to a larger picture, Kling, I think we should all bite the bullet really and ask ourselves, what model of a quote-unquote democracy will really work with us? What model? That's a question that's always lurking in the background. But I think we should really examine that, because I think we have sworn by an American model that is not necessarily the best for us. So can we not fashion a concept that might work for us? We do need some kind of stick-wielding government that is not inutile in the face of so many challenges. I think the discourse also nationally should get into that, because we have assumed all along that this panoply of rights and liberties that we claim is a given that is beyond question.
Robbie, you're going to say something?
Yeah, no, I was just going to maybe also ask Father Rani a question. You mentioned that you are advocating federalism. That's one area where, for Metro Manila, I am 100% for having, a strong metropolitan government in Metro Manila. I think all of us see the need. And perhaps, going back to this idea of a unelected governor with strong powers, able to coordinate the work and the activities of 17 different local government units, I see the great potential and the benefit of doing that. So I think Metro Manila is one a good example where that sort of model would actually be quite welcome. But how to get there, I guess, is a question mark.
One reason, Dr. Robert, why people did not take to federalism, despite the fact that the committee to which I was assigned, to which I was appointed, tried to do as good a job as we could, was because many people associated federalism with Duterte. And because they rejected Duterte, they also rejected federalism, which to me is a very poor equation and a very short-sighted equation. What we were thinking of really is decentralizing a government that is often crippled by its own ineptitude. And you cited Metro Manila, and I was thinking, if we would put in Metro Manila not really an elected manager who is subject to the vagaries of politics, but a really capable manager who is able to manage the affairs of these cities that are headed by elected officials, that would be good, a manager-type style of government. And if we can do that there, then why don't we do that also for the federated regions? Now, if people don't like federalism, whether they don't like the term or they don't like what it is, at least let's empower the regions like the Italian Constitution does, the Spanish Constitution does, and the South African Constitution does, so that these regions can respond with resources and with immediacy to contingencies that arise.
Father Rani, what do you say about what other people are saying as an alternative could be just to strengthen the local government code? What would that be sufficient, or that we have to start over.
I don't think that would be good enough, Ton, because the local because the local governments, the provinces and the towns are not big enough to create a sustainable unit. Remember, under a federal proposal, each region or each state or each federated region is not only a center of the exercise of sovereignty, it's also an economic generating unit, so that you don't have the problem of how or where the funds of each unit will come from. Each unit is supposed to generate its funds and not only await dole outs that come from the national government. See, so if you have that you keep definitely, and that's one of the lies that was peddled about federalism, that we did away with local governments. That's not true. Local governments continue to be there, but you have them in bigger units, the federated regions or the states, so that each can be an economic generating unit.
Robbie, what do you think about what Father Rani was saying? I mean, what kind of model should we have?
One thing I've been advocating for a while is to shift more of the responsibility for public transport and mobility down to local levels. So really, I think this the same principle applies. Giving, for example, mayors, governors, more power in terms of determining what kind of public transport is necessary in each area, and actually managing the delivery of services in their respective areas. We have,
Dr. Robert, do you know that in our draft constitution, we specifically mentioned transport is something that must be managed not on the national level, but on the regional level, because of the very poor experience we have of national government managing transport.
No, that's absolutely right. I think what we see today, the outcomes we see today, is really the result of that deficiency. So we need to actually now capacitate, empower our different local government units. And like you say, if you could have that sort of perhaps build that capacity at a regional level, then why not?
But do you think there is time? I mean, today we're supposed to be hearing the president's fifth State of the Nation address. By the way, I should mention that he was scheduled to speak at 3:00, but I'm told that that they're probably looking at 4:00 now. But
is that 3:00 tomorrow morning?
It seems there was a new normal when the president became President Duterte became the president, with press conferences in the middle of the night. We had to rearrange our work schedules. But I forgot my train of thought tuloy na because I was because of President Duterte. But Robbie, you're going to say something?
No. I was just amused that his schedule is now so late, and I don't know, from the 25 pages he has, I'm wondering whether he'll throw out 15 of those pages. Yeah.
Well, Stevie, what do you think about Father Rani's question? I mean, we should be talking about what kind of model should we have? You mentioned it. You said some middle income country, but
no, my honest opinion is, I think we look to leaders. While we're a rebellious type of people and we're very chaotic, we still look to authority. It's not bottom up; it's top down. And I demonstrated against Marcos in my youth, so I'm not going to claim to be yellow or blue or whatever. I hate to say this. I was a law student 1980 to 84. I actually think, as amended, that 1973 Constitution fit it. You know what? Having a strong president and a strong legislature, so that the legislature could pass things, they could veto things of the president, the president could do emergency legislation when needed from Amendment 6. Maybe taming the excesses of 1973 Constitution on the encroachment of the legislature from the executive and taking out all the security stuff and all that. It was a hybrid that everybody jokingly said was like a monster version of the French system, where you have a very powerful president and you have a very powerful prime minister.
Yeah.
I think something like that might fit our national character. We want to be chaotic and we want to be led at the same time.
Do you think that there's time? I mean, given that that's what I was going to say earlier, that this fifth Sona. I mean, I know he was very for it, to change the government. Is there time?
Now, I was very pro Ramos, okay? And he wanted to do, here's the problem with constitutional change all the time. We always do it at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Okay, if you let's just look at 3 countries that successfully changed their constitution at the highest level, which is allowing a president from having 1 6-year term to having 2 4-year terms. That was basically Peru, Argentina, and Brazil. How did they do it? And each time the president basically won, not landslide, okay? They campaigned on it in the midterm, so there was a mandate to do it.
Yeah.
Nobody has the balls to make it a midterm campaign issue because they are scared that if they're rejected, there will be a lame duck for 3 years, or at least politically disabled. Have the political guts to campaign on that issue, then you have a mandate to do it. The problem is everybody wants to do it, had no mandate.
Stephen,
Father Rani?
the problem is that in the case of President Duterte, he made federalism one of his campaign issues. In fact, he campaigned on that basis.
So I agree on federalism. I'm talking about the bigger structural change.
My question is, why did he forget about it? We were expecting him to push that through. Why did he forget about it? In fact, we were so disappointed when we gave our draft to him. We gave it to him in 2018, and we said, he'll talk about this in the Sona. And we were hoping that he would make a hard push for it in Sona. No, he just thanked us for a job well done. And that was practically it. And yet he campaigned on that promise.
Yeah. But isn't that, part of, the Duterte personality? I mean, that there is, in a sense, a public persona and then a private one where he actually, is more guarded in showing other people. Because I remember on a number of, issues like, for instance, China, he makes a very pro-China position when he speaks publicly. But I remember early in his administration, he had dinner with some journalists from the Philippine Star, if I remember correctly, and they were telling me during that private dinner, the president didn't want to have arms from China. But so is this one of those situations you think that he says publicly that he's for federalism, but you don't sense that he is? I mean, by the way he sets forth his priorities.
When I was sitting as a member of that committee, Klink, I asked very plainly, is the president going to endorse our draft or not? Because that's the reason that he formed our committee in the first place, to come up with a draft that he would submit to Congress. And we were assured, yes, he will submit your draft. He will support your draft. And we will enthusiastically finish the draft on time, gave it to him, and that was about the end of it. After that, we heard nothing more about him batting for federalism until this proposal of Rufus Rodriguez came about.
Endorse our draft or not? Because that's the reason that he formed our committee in the first place.
Right. Yeah, Father Rani.
Yeah. So I really think that there also has to be some consistency, and I agree fully with Stephen. No, you want to have a mandate for it. You run on that mandate and stand by it. There was a time that Pernia and Dominguez issued very dire statements saying, if you turn federal, you're going to cause the economy to collapse. And I said, so let the administration make itself clear. Is it for federalism or not? Because if its own cabinet members speak against it, what signal are we getting? And I was bashed terribly for that on social media. But I stood my ground and said, the administration should speak with one voice on this.
Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it? That sometimes we get mixed signals from the people, from the president and his surrogates. At this point, maybe we take a little break. Can we ask the desk to maybe play our AVPs for a few minutes while we try to figure out what we're gonna do with the new schedule from the palace? Shello, Ms. Lynette? Guys, I'm sorry about the delay, but apparently the president is working under a different, I think,
My personal views,
Celebrity Style Inspiration.
Hi.
Hi, Tessa.
Hi, it's so nice to see you and congratulations sa bago mong website. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more episodes of the Manila Times CSI. See you!
A little prayer. CSI Celebrity Style Inspiration.
Hi, Tessa.
Hi, it's so nice to see you and congratulations sa bago mong website. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more episodes of the Manila Times CSI. See you!
You'll get by.
Shello, let's play let's loop the AVPs again, please. Binong, pakiloop mo yung AVPs, please.
Yes, ah.
Hi, it's so nice to see you and congratulations sa bago mong website. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more episodes of the Manila Times CSI. See you!
session is called to order.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is called to order. May we direct the Secretary General of the House of Representatives to announce the arrival of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Please rise for the nation's prayer.
Makapangyarihang Allah,
Makapangyarihang Ama,
Makapangyarihang Ama,
Makapangyarihang Ama, may gawad ng langit at lupa, bagamat kayo ang kataas-taas ng hari, kayo naman ang aming Diyos, na lubusang mga bagay, at ang inyong kapaitan ay walang mayo.
buong pagpapakumbaba kaming lumalapit at humihingi ng inyong kapatawaran sa aming mga pagkakasala sa isa't isa, sa aming pagwawalang bahala, sa kalikasan at sa iba pa ninyong mga nilikha.
Hilumin ninyo kami, ang aming mga karagatan at mga kagubatan, marapatin ng muling maging daliwan ng inyong mga biyaya.
Sapagkat kayo ay patuloy na namamayani sa lahat, maging sa salot na aming kinatatakutan.
tulungan ninyo kami na mahanap ang lunas sa laganap ng pagdurusa. Mangusap sa bawat puso namin, muling ipadama sa amin ang inyong pag-aadya.
Patatagin ninyo ang mga kumakalinga sa mga may sakit. Ang mga patuloy na nangangailangan sa amin, gantipalaan at sa inyong pagmamahal, hinihiling ang aming kaligtasan, siya nawa.
Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Silanganan, hanap ng puso sa dibdib mo'y buhay.
Lupang hinirang, tuwing ka nang magiting, sa mandulubling,
Di ka pasisiin sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit ang bukbok. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglaya minamahal.
ang kisat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niyang kalan, pag may di magdidilim.
Lupa na ayaw ating pagsintabuhay langit
sa piling mo, ang ligaya ng pagmamahal, ang tunay na dahil sa'yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Congress, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly Senate President Vicente Soto III, and the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Joseph Ejercito Estrada and Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Chief Justice Diosdado Peralta, and the Justices of the Supreme Court, His Excellency Munter Mahfoud Salim Almantre, and the esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary Salvador Mindaldia, and the members of the Cabinet, mga mahal kong kababayan. We live in a troubled time. A dream of prosperity for our country was suddenly snuffed by a pandemic virulent virus. No nation was spared. Neither rich nor poor were exempt from the onslaught of this deadly disease. But let us not despair. The vaccine is around the corner. Sooner and not later, the virus that gobbled up thousands of lives will itself be laid to rest. In the meantime, let us express the nation's gratitude to those who courageously and willingly put their lives on the line to serve the people and country. We share the griefs of their families, and no amount of tears can compensate their great losses. My countrymen, it is sad that while government focuses its attention resources to battle the coronavirus, there are those who take advantage of a preoccupied government. One of them is Senator Frank Dillon. In an interview, he arrogantly mentioned, among others, that oligarchs need not be rich. Then he linked the anti-dynasty system with oligarchy, and the topic was my daughter and son. This happened after the Committee of Franchise voted 70-11 to deny the grant of franchise to ABS-CBN. Obviously, he was defending the Lopezes, that they are not oligarchs. Great wealth enables economic elites and corporations to influence public policy to their advantage. Media is a powerful tool in the hands of oligarchs like the Lopezes, who use their media outlets in their battles with political figures. I am a casualty of the Lopezes during the 2016 election. The dealers and purveyors of illegal drugs, hiding in the shadow of COVID-19, have stepped up their activities. The amount of shabu valued at millions of pesos seized during police operations speak volumes of the enormity and the weight of the problem that we bear. The corrupt, the grafters, and the influence peddlers also take advantage of their fear and confusion that coronavirus generates the financial and material assistance of government to the unemployed, the sick and the destitute, running into billions of pesos, are not spared from corruption and ineptitude. Even the donations for well-meaning private persons are schemed before reaching their intended beneficiaries. It is like snatching food from the mouths of the babes. The profiteers, overpricers, and the corrupt felons must be laughing while they stash their dirty monies, but not for long. They cannot outrun the long arm of the law. In this regards, the words of former President Ramon Magsaysay ring fresh and relevant today as the day they were said decades ago. He said, "We need men of integrity and faith like Rizal and Del Pilar, men of action like Bonifacio, men of inflexible patriotism like Mabini. We need their zeal, their self-reliance, and their capacity to work, their devotion to service, and their ability to lose themselves in the common cause of building a nation. If we allow greed and self-interest and ambition to rule us, then, as stated by one prominent physician, we will be left with nothing better than the lesser evil instead of the greater good." In my inaugural address 4 years ago, I said that no leader can succeed at anything of national importance without significance unless he has the cooperation and support of the people he is tasked to lead and sworn to serve. The efforts and resources which we poured out produced the momentum needed to bring our country closer to our goals. Suffice it to say, we made significant strides over time. Over 4.3 million poor families benefited from the Pantawid Manila Pamilya. Over 92.2 million beneficiaries received subsidies under the unconditional cash transfer program. We also made available tertiary education and universal health care. Public utility drivers were given assistance to the Pantawid Pasada program. There are complaints that some drivers did not receive any assistance at all. I have directed the SWD and DILG to look into this. I welcome the passage of the law postponing the barangay and sangguniang kabataan elections. The postponement saved much needed government funds and ensured the implementation of projects under the current barangay officials. In the hindsight, it also saved us from holding the polls while we dealt and continued to deal with the pandemic. The Malasakit Centers Act has proven to be a great help to our less fortunate citizens needing medical services through one-stop platform in government hospitals. We commend the initiative and work of Senator Bongo in this regard, as well as other significant pieces of legislation as of today. There are 75 Malasakit centers serving Filipinos all over the country. These centers will be of great help in ensuring that our people remain healthy and resilient during these challenging times. The Salary and Standardization Law of 2019 increases the salaries of civilian government workers. I hope that this law will inspire our government workers to perform better and encourage young, brilliant citizens to join public service. I appreciate the law of establishing the National Academy of Sports. We can now give our deserving student athletes the training and the support they need to excel in their chosen field of endeavors. With the commitment of key members of Congress, the Executive Department, the FISGOC, or the Philippine Sports Commission, and the Philippine Olympic Committee, we're bound together with one vision to host the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Our athletes prevailed. More than that, we fostered pride, patriotism, genuine sportsmanship, and camaraderie in our South Asian brothers and sisters. Indeed, we won as one. To our business community and the general public, we assure you that the landmark ease of doing business and efficient government service delivery act has been gaining momentum. We are closer to eliminating over-regulation in government services. Frontline processes, including consular services, processing of building and business permits, and the services of overseas Filipinos and seafarers were streamlined. Passports and driver's license validity were lengthened to ease the burden of the public. We received a BBB plus credit rating despite ASEAN credit rating downgrades and negative outlook revisions in the worldwide. The Japan Credit Rating Agency upgraded us from BBB plus to A minus last month. Meanwhile, Moody's has affirmed and maintained the country's ratings at Baa2 rather. To understand, because with the light I have mine eyesight is not as good as new. Our fiscal position is strong, our economic fiscal management prudent, and our banking system robust. We are in a better position to weather the crisis caused by COVID-19 global pandemic. We have accomplished significant infrastructure projects under the Build program. I will not dwell lengthily on the nitty-gritty of our infrastructure accomplishments. Now, lest I bore you. Instead, we will release a comprehensive written report of our collective milestones and the details of accomplishments that remind us that perseverance, patience, determination will help us move forward even in the most difficult times. We issued last year the Executive Order number 100, establishing the Diversity and Inclusion Program as national program of the government. We want to end discrimination of persons on the basis of age, disability, ethnicities, sexual orientation, and gender identity and expression, and other character traits. My administration always believed that freedom from illegal drugs, terrorism, corruption, and criminality is itself a human right violation. Part of our efforts to uphold human rights is protection of the rights of children and the right against discrimination. Early last year, I signed Executive Order number 92, creating the National Council Against Child Labor. Government efforts to protect the rights of children will be amplified to prevent, reduce, and eliminate any form of child labor. Our achievements along this line will have been extolled by an overwhelming number of fellow member states in the UN Human Rights Council during its recently held 44th session last June. Rest assured that we will not dodge our obligation to fight for human rights. My countrymen, there are lessons to be learned from the coronavirus pandemic. It jolted us to realize that gains made after spending so much planning, effort, cost, and time could diminish considerably and quickly for reasons beyond one's anticipation. That it is much easier to destroy than build. That in a crisis of national proportion that affects every aspect of human life, government needs to have the support and cooperation of the people if it is to succeed in battling the cause of that crisis. That there are people who ask for compassion but show none themselves. That life, after all, is fickle, like the weather. The gains we achieved for the first 3.5 years were put to a test when the pandemic suddenly struck the global community. While I am aware that the road towards a comfortable life would all be far easy if the pandemic had not occurred, and around the rest of the world we suffered. The global scale and socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been unprecedented. Yet, in the throes of its global health emergency, we have been able to withstand the headwinds generated by this coronavirus. In this regard, I would like to express my gratitude to all those who made possible the steady supply of food, water, basic utilities of our households. And the provisions of basic social services and financial assistance to our people. Our profound gratitude goes to everyone who helped keep our country's food supply chain running. The valiant soldiers, policemen, and security guards who kept peace and order in our community. The dedicated personnel who kept our essential establishment operational. You showed us kindness and selflessness. You gave us strength, you risked your own lives to serve the greater good in keeping the Filipino spirit of bayanihan. I also thank the men and women of the Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases and the National Task Force Against COVID-19 for all the countless hours it spent to keep the pandemic in check and for all the efforts it made to ensure the safety of our people. Let me also recognize the efforts of the local government units that step up and initiated their own response measures to contain effects of COVID-19 and its impact to their constituents have been impact to its constituents. The shadow says it's a period there. I know exactly the difficulties you are undergoing. I pray that the officials of each LGU in our country, from the barangay to the autonomous regions, would set aside partisan politics and selfish interests to do what is right and good for all. Likewise, I likewise issued Executive Order Number 104, which imposed ceilings on retail prices of at least 133 drugs and medicines and directed a continuous review of the retail prices of others. This proved to be providential now that we are facing a pandemic. To everyone who helped us in this time of great need, maraming salamat po. Let me say that the strength of a nation rests in the hands of the people acting as one with government. In the pursuit of common goals and objectives, when the pandemic struck, I decided to prioritize life over other considerations according to experts. The intervention that the government had put in place prevented as much as 1.3 to 3.5 million infections. To me, even if the numbers were much lower, it would still be and would have been worth the sacrifice we made. Buhay muna bago lahat. We initially encountered difficulties ramping up our testing capacity. We now have 93 accredited testing laboratories nationwide, and we are aiming to conduct 1.4 million tests by end of July and ensure a quick turnaround time of 48 to 72 hours. Under the Social Amelioration Program, we allotted 2.5 billion or 2.5 billion for poor and low-income households who were affected during this pandemic, who thrive on a no work, no pay arrangement. Admittedly, our implementation of the Social Amelioration Program was not perfect, and some opportunists turned crisis into opportunity. We will catch up with you sooner than you think. We came up with the COVID-19 Adjustment Measures Program, extended financial assistance to over 650,000 affected individuals in the formal sector. 110 OFWs abroad and almost 83,000 repatriated OFWs were also provided temporary wage employment to displace marginal workers through the TUPAD project. Our indigent senior citizens were also provided with a stipend for the rest of the semester of the year current year. This health emergency stretched government's resources to its limits. In response to the Office of the President, worked closely with Congress for the quick passage of the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. May I again reiterate my thanks to you, the men and women of Congress, for the effort you invested in passing that law. I hope that we can get some or the same treatment of clarity, purpose, and the fastness to support the passage of the Bayanihan Recover to Act as One, which is supplement funds for recovery and response against the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. We must facilitate the country's economic recovery. I call on Congress to fast-track the passage of the proposed measure, such as the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives Enterprises or CREATE Act. This immediately cuts the corporate income levy from the current 30 to 25% and give government flexibility to grant a combination of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, among others. The Financial Institutions Strategic Transfer, or First Act, will set up mechanisms allowing banks and other financial institutions to dispose of and transfer non-performing assets and loans to asset management companies similar to the special purpose vehicles. Our economic managers have seen infrastructure investment as an effective tool to help spur high growth, attract investments, create jobs, and achieve financial inclusion for all Filipinos. The DBP has resumed the construction of the North Luzon Expressway Harbor Link, the NLEX-SLEX connector, the Cavite-Laguna Expressway, the Metro Manila Skyway Stage 3, the R1 Bridge Project, the Tarlac-Pangasinan-La Union Expressway Project, and the Subic-Freeport Expressway Project, to name a few. To realize the maximum benefit from the country's investments, the infrastructure projects under the Build, Build, Build program, which are labor and capital intensive, are not mere springboard for the country's swift recovery pandemic. They are economic benefits to be distributed to all corners of the country and push sustainable stability in the urban centers, particularly Manila. The TESTA launched online mode of livelihood and skills training. There are 71 free online training to help upskill trainees for the right opportunities. I asked TESDA to come up with special training programs to retool our OFWs so they can find employment opportunities here and at home. I am also calling on the CHED for scholarship programs for the qualified dependents of our OFW. I direct the Department of Agriculture and DTI to come up with the agribusiness and entrepreneurship projects to help displaced OFWs rebuild their livelihood. Further, I ask the Land Bank and other government financial institutions to continue providing low-interest loans to our OFW. Sa mga kababayan ko na naghihirap sa ibang bansa, nandito na ang inyong gobyerno para matulungan kayo at inyong mga pamilya, lalo na sa panahong ito. The government will intensify its efforts to help businesses, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, by providing responsive government assistance and services capitalization and business operation support as we adapt to the next normal. Nananawagan po ako sa ating mga lessors. Nananawagan po ako sa ating mga lessors. Malasakit at bayanihan po ang sana ang pairalin natin ngayon. This is not the time to drive away laces. During normal times, they were the primary source of your income stream. Now, it's time to be fair and compassionate. Come up with an amenable arrangement with your tenants. Huwag po natin silang pagtabuyan, tanggalin ang tubig, kuryente at bubong. Commercial establishments are requested to give grace periods to allow deferment of payments, especially for MSMEs that were forced to close down during the quarantine period. Let us help them recover. We pump prime the recovery and rehabilitation of the MSMEs. The DTI to the Small Business Corporation set up the Philippine 1 billion COVID assistance to restart enterprises or CARES program to provide zero-interest loans for MSMEs affected by the pandemic as of July 10, 2020. Over 2,600 loans applications worth more than 182.5 million have been approved. We are optimistic that this initiative will help our MSMEs stabilize and recover from their losses. I also join the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas and the banks operating in the country to provide regulatory relief for our MSMEs and allow loan payment extension without incurring penalties and charges. We need your help to prevent the collapse of companies saddled with accumulated amortization and payables caused by closure of their businesses at the height of the strict quarantine periods. As we embark on this effort towards inclusive recovery, we should acknowledge that all forms of government support will go to naught if the new MSMEs do not thrive because of lack of consumer support. Ito ang panahon para suportahan natin ang ating mga kababayan na nagninegosyo at gumawa ng mga produktong sariling atin. In the same manner, in tourism and recreation industries, which are among the hardest hit by the pandemic, count on our full support while we slowly try to put the fun back in your local travels. The national government agencies and LGUs must harmonize their policies to boost tourism, ensuring everyone's well-being. We enjoin our people to help boost the economy by traveling locally. Local na lang. Once the necessary system are in place. The DOST offers its enterprise technology upgrading program to enable businesses to access training that will help them transition to online and contactless operation. Now more than ever, we need to protect our consumers. I direct the Department of Trade and Industry to ensure the empowerment of Filipinos on consumer rights and coordinate strategies between public and private organizations in building a fair, safe, resilient, and sustainable economy. There are welcome developments for commerce and industry, but major economic activities take place in borderless environment with the meager regulatory controls. They expose consumers to various risks related to security, data, privacy, and misrepresentation. We must patrol the country's cyberspace and enforce online consumer and data protection and privacy laws. We must run after online scammers and those undermining the people's trust on the online transactions. We must continue to protect Filipinos in the normal and remind the world that we are responsible stewards of data. I am committed to protect both physical and digital lives of our law-abiding countrymen. The national government shall lead the way in our transition to online systems. I reiterate my call for all government instrumentalities to implement systems that shall make physical queuing a thing of the past. Panahon na para mawala na ang pila para mapagsilbihan ang gobyerno ng walang kahirapan para sa tao. The DILG, DBM, and the ARTA, along with all agencies and instrumentalities of government, are hereby directed to make full possible services available online. We need to adjust and adapt a paperless type of business and work performance. We need e-governance our people with the services they need and the comfort of their homes in the work or workplaces. It will enable us bureaucracy to better transition into the new normal and cut red and minimize red tape. until the COVID-19 vaccine is available, I will not allow the traditional face-to-face teaching or learning unless the risk of exposure to the sickness are eliminated. I cannot and will not put to rest the health and lives of our students and teachers. About 2 weeks ago, I seem to have said that I would allow the face-to-face classes to resume. But we were talking actually of January, because my thinking is that by September, we would have the vaccine. How to get it from the producers or from other governments is really something which we have to deal with, because everyone, it's a global need, and everyone will go for it. But let me just mention it in passing that about 4 days ago, I made a plea to President Xi Jinping that if they have the vaccine, can they allow us to be one of the first, or if it's needed, if we have to buy it, that we will be granted credit so that we can normalize as fast as possible. Life that is lost is lost forever. Courses that are not substantial can be supplemented. Education that is delayed can be recovered. We must implement online learning, modular learning, and TV and radio-based broadcasts, which students coming from different backgrounds can avail. DepEd will provide the printed modules for those who cannot afford online learning. In support of the learning continuity program through blended learning, we plan to increase the number of schools with ICT equipment in the coming months. The DepEd and the DITC are building up the public education network or PEN that will connect all public schools and DepEd offices nationwide. We will prioritize the connection of all last-mile schools and those with no electricity supply can have it via satellite and energized via solar panels. By 2022, before I step down, the PEN shall be realized. I'm referring to the program. I will do it. TV frequencies reverted back to government for whatever cause or reason shall not be used exclusively to the exclusion of other persons or other dummies to cope up with the demand of the next normal. This will be used to provide uninterrupted quality education to our children in our shift to e-learning. I am directing Secretary Guevara, Secretary de la Peña, and Secretary Onasan, in collaboration with Secretary Briones and Secretary Abisado, together with Secretary Dominguez, to come up with an integrated program and implementation mechanism to ensure that these TV frequencies are fully utilized by government to the facilities of the PTB4 for the utmost benefit of the Filipino people. Let me just allow me to segue a little bit. For the remaining 2 years of my term, all that is good that belongs to government, whether it be the airwaves, whether it be the lines, or whatever that is good for the people, will belong to the government, and it should be government who should be given the first option to utilize them. Ang sobra kanila. I call on our communication companies to improve their services lest we be forced to take drastic steps to address the less than deal service that the public is getting from you. Alam mo, sisingit na lang ako dito. I am sometimes you are a government pictured to be weak and incompetent because we cannot really force our mandate. Alam mo itong nagbibigay ng mga public services, you better improve. Huwag naman ninyo kaming pahintayin 10 taon bago kami makakamit ng mga services that the other countries are enjoying. If it's just a question of added capitalization or the infusion of money, go and look for it. Maghanap kayo, because if you are not ready to improve, I might just as well close all of you and we revert back to the line telephone. At kukunin ko yan, i-expropriate ko sa gobyerno. Alam mo itong, I'll be straight, smart, pati itong globe, ilang taon na ito? At ang sagot palagi sa akin, the party cannot be rich. Nasaan pala pumunta yung yawa na yun? Kung gano'n lang naman ibigay ninyo sa amin, we are a republic, a sovereign country. Bear that in mind, because the patience of the Filipino people is reaching its limit. At I will be the one to articulate the anger of the Filipino people. And you might not want what I intend to do with you. Kindly improve the services before December. I want to call Jesus Christ to Bethlehem. Better have that line cleared. Alam sa totoo ng ate na po, ano ako sa inyo. I have been a citizen of this country and parang nilalaro lang ninyong, kayong may pera. Puta. May pera kayo, negosyo kayo. Wala kayong pera, putang, umalis kayo dito. You know, you give us half deals, half cooked transactions, lousy service. Tapos ang tao nagbabayad. Tell us now if you cannot really improve on it, because I will work by December. I have 2 years. The next 2 years will be spent improving the telecommunications of this country without you. I will find a way. I will talk to Congress and find a way how to do it. Last year, I said that distributing economic business activities is imperative to our country's sustained and equitable growth. Today, I reiterate that statement. I issued Administrative Order Number 18, directing concerned agencies to strengthen the development of special economic zones in areas outside Metro Manila. I also issued Executive Order Number 114 to institutionalize the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program. This consolidates and refocuses existing economic and social welfare programs, activities, and projects toward the countryside. It is also an international agency council headed by Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdia, which will create a framework for the effective implementation of the project. Kung hindi ninyo ako naiintindihan sa sinabasa ko, mas lalo ako. In 2021, we aim to increase access to healthcare services by continuously hiring and deploying more than 20,000 health professionals. This will augment health workforce in LGUs, particularly in isolated and disadvantaged areas. We will implement projects to establish and improve barangay health stations, rural health units, and other healthcare facilities. And we will need to address internal security. We are pursuing a whole-of-the-nation approach to bring peace and order, development in the countryside. We need to provide intervention and implement the barangay development program. This will provide cleared and threatened communities. This refers to a program where the armed forces would play a vital role in the one nation approach. This is what it's meant by this. And that every agency of the government, including the armed forces of the Philippines, should participate. And I am aware of the skirmishes and the assassination of our soldiers. And I said, correct this so that we can proceed with the barangay implementation as fast as possible. We have made significant strides in the past 4 years, but we need the support of local government leaders. We need your help to implement the barangay development program. Certain sectors expressed concern when I declared martial law in Mindanao and its extension 3 times. But 2019 ended without my office requesting any further extension. Martial law in Mindanao ended without abuses by the civilian sector, by the police, by the military. It ended because this time I know that they know how to love the country. I thank Congress for the support to this administration programs. Congress has been very productive, but much more remains to be done. You know, actually, my speech, if we followed it carefully, it's all a plea to Congress to do this, to do that, to make a law or craft a whatever. And this one, I strongly urge Congress to pass a law establishing the Department of Overseas Filipinos, solely on addressing the concerns of Filipinos abroad and their families. I reiterate this swift passage before this. Kawawa kasi itong ating mga overseas. If it's only an office there in the Labor Department, they are overworked or for whatever reason, their needs, their pleas are not really attended to with dispatch and with care. Yung OFW, pati itong ano ngayon, ito yung sinabi ko kanina, I will go for it. We will need it to help them. I reiterate the swift passage of a law reviving the death penalty by lethal injection for crimes specified under the Comprehensive Dangerous Act of 2002. I did not hear so much clapping, so I presume that they are not interested. Wala kang... Someday I'll tell you the story of what happened to the Philippines. Hindi ngayon. But when sabihin ko sa inyo ang totoo, bakit nagaganito yung droga ng Pilipinas? Why the drug syndicates continue to operate just like the countries of Colombia, Mexico, and it is being played inside the national penitentiaries. Para tayong talagang binababoy tayo ng wala. Sabihin ko sa inyo. But this is not a time for storytelling. Sona kasi ito. So, dito na. This law will not only help us deter criminality, but also save our children from the dangers posed by the illegal and dangerous drugs. May I be allowed with the indulgence of the body? Itong bakit talaga ako galit sa droga. Let us make this a semi-formal speech. Alam mo kasi, 5 pamilya members, o 6 or 7, pagka bumagsak yung tatay to drugs, the family crumbles. There's no more home to. Droga, and if he's receiving his salary, nagtatrabaho sa pantalan, 300 a day. Tapos ang shabu is sold at 2. He has about 100 to bring home. Kaya pagka gano'n, nag-aaway-aaway na. Ang mga bata, hindi nakapag-aral. Ang iba, ligaw na. Mga babae, into early prostitution. Kung ano-ano nangyari. Hindi lang alam nitong mga na this is happening all over the country every day. And what is really very tragic is this. When the family starts to crumble, this small family home, and invariably the wife would look for another husband would look for a job, usually easily doon sa abroad. At yung asawa aalis, yung lalaki na sa droga, yung mga anak iniiwan sa kapitbahay, sa kapatid. And the ferocity of the loss of the Filipino family home has been destroyed. Kaya kung anong mangyari nito, the wife works in the Middle East. I am not zeroing on any particular country, mind you. But alam natin, there are tribes in the Middle East which would allow rape as part of the territory of being a house help. Kasama yan. Kasama talaga yan. So yan ang mahirap dyan. You have a wife there being crucified, being used, magpadala ng pera, tapos ang mga anak, asan nasa Cebu na rin. Kasi these are the guys that the Cebu people would really, stick by them until it crumbles, the resistance. And then you have plenty of this all over the country. Nila alam. Yung sinasabi nila ng misery sa itong human rights, plus 10 yan. Not to count the victims of crimes perpetrated by people addicted to Cebu. That is the reason why I'm so vicious in my galit talaga ako. Nilalaroan tayo. Well, I don't know. Any other president might, pero ako ayaw kong lalaroan ng Pilipino. Do not do it in my country because I will really kill you. That is a commitment. Owning safe, decent, and affordable housing is every Filipino's dream. But the housing market remains inaccessible to most of our countrymen. I renew my call for Congress to pass the National Housing Development Bill and the Rental Housing Subsidy Bill. These will enable all Filipinos, regardless of social status, to live in decent homes where their families can lead meaningful lives. I also call on Congress to amend Republic Act number 10912 for the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016. In this time of great pandemic and forthcoming reconstruction requiring professionals to undergo seminars is burdensome and not realistic. This must end. Ito pang isa. May mga profession. Singit ko na lang lahat to tell this is to inform the nation. May mga profession na they would require, I think it's the nicest, they would require them to come to Manila to retrain and for another round of expenses. Itong mga seminar na ito dapat mahinto. I don't know in other provinces, but during my time yung sa barangay na barangay expeditions ng mga opisyal. Hininto ko rin yan. And, which reminds me, I will act on this also in due time. We hail our health professionals as heroes. Now is the time to pass the Advanced Nursing Nursing Education Act and the law instituting the Medical Reserve Corps. COVID-19 will not only be the last pandemic. We need to create National Disease Prevention Management Authority to better respond to future outbreaks. We count on Congress to full support. You can just let it remain for a while in the Department of Health kung wala pang pera, but you have to expand the services. It would also entail a little bit of money, but not really as much as expensive when you set up a department. In the long term, we are looking into the creation of the National Disease Prevention and Management Authority to better prepare for the pandemics, protect lives, and allow development to proceed even in the worst of times. We are counting on the full support of Congress for this critical, important endeavor. I don't know, but I leave it to Congress to really. It's another department. There seems that it could be a multi-layer, redundant thing between the health and the proposed department. I call on Congress to prioritize the passage of a law for the unified system of separation, retirement, and pension, and of the military and uniformed personnel without, however, diminishing the benefits that our uniformed personnel are entitled to under existing laws. There is a need to adjust the pension system, which will be applicable only to the newly hired uniformed personnel, so as not to cause a ballooning effect against the budget of the military in the years to come, and yet maintain the pension benefits those already in service under the present law. This issue needs a solution now. Umpisa natin ngayon para hindi na maging problema sa sunod na mga taon. I want to, one of the, this is not politicking, I am not running, I cannot run anymore. Yung dinoble ko yung sweldo ng police pati army, it was really a clarion call para for them also to have a decent life and that they're able to get the things which ordinarily cannot be reached by any government employee. Ang akin doon is yung corruption. That maybe it might be a vain attempt, but maybe dagdagan ng sweldo para it would be a hedge against corruption. We must also modernize the Bureau of Fire Protection and the Bureau of Immigration with urgency. Alam mo, sa Davao, and if you go there, I can show you. One of the serviceable trucks, fire trucks, that we have in the city of Davao. Of course, ang city meron ng sarili aside from the Bureau of Fire, which is really national. Meron yung Bureau of Fire, would you believe it, serviceable still. Ang pangalan ng truck is Studebaker. Ang katawan, ang talagang matatag ang katawan. Kaya ang makina isuso. Pero okay pa rin. It can put out. Totoo. This is how this Bureau of Fire issue medyo na overlook natin ng matagal. I emphasize the creation of the Department of Disaster Resilience and our people's safety, which cannot be delegated to any council or commission. Equally important is the establishment of evacuation center in every city, province, municipality throughout the country. We must act before another major disaster shakes into action. Problem is disaster and even a fire. This cannot be made a study for projection when the earthquake would suddenly come and make a big crack there. Hindi natin alam talaga. Ang ibig kong sabihin, this will require more than just one brainwork kung paano talaga itong how to prevent or avoid disaster. It would be, by the way, just before starting, I was tempted to say it, pero baka magtindigan kayo. It will be all right for me if Bongo will just stay. Wala akong problema. Sabi ko na this piece of speech of mine would be one of the longest sonas that I will deliver. Nakita ko yung page pagbigay sa akin. Yung ibang input akin. Pati yung iba lahat. Ang nangyari po, binalik ko sa kanila. Make it short. Pagbalik sa akin, mas makapal na. Nandyan na ngayon. Ito na ngayon. The responsible extraction and equitable distribution of natural resources remain among my non-negotiables. I reiterate the need for the passage of the National Land Use Act, which has been pending for decades. Pakisilip lang ho ninyo yan. For the rest of my term, I hope to see concerted efforts in protecting the environment. The rehabilitation of Boracay Island showcased our resolve to safeguard the environment. Boracay is doing well because of its scenery. If it's only a coconut and a black sand, white sand and water, wala yan. Pero you add the visitors there, then it becomes a very tempting destination. We have seen remarkable emergence of the island back to its former glory. I want this sustained. I ask Congress to enact a law creating, importante ito, the Boracay Island Authority, or BIDA. We need it. I cannot stress enough the importance of agriculture. The growth of our economy depends on a robust agricultural sector. We must utilize the coconut, we must utilize the coconut levy for the welfare of our coconut farmers and the development of our coconut industry. I urge everybody, both of the executive department, pati ito, that ito yung pera na nakuha doon sa sequester. And itong perang malaking ito, gagamitin ito for the welfare of the farmers. The problem is, we can no longer trace who are the farmers of yesterday. Marcos is a distant star. We do not know. Ako alam ko because we had a little piece also that was covered by the land reform. Hindi na natin malaman kung sino ang may-ari. So I think Congress should look again and try to sort out how best the money can be utilized. I will not make any suggestion, but I leave it to Congress to decide what to do with it. I once again urge both houses of Congress to pass a version of the bill establishing the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund. Tulungan natin ang ating mga magsasaka pagka hindi mawawala yung pera, bilyon yan. Diyos ko po. Well, anyway, we have learned so many lessons along the way. I am also requesting Congress to pass the Rural, Agricultural, and Fisheries Development Financing System Act. We aim to provide adequate, accessible, and affordable food for every Filipino through the Plant program. After the build, I think this is easier to achieve. A few good men, few good regional directors at DAR, and dedicated workers down below could make this thing a success. Mas madali ito kaysa build. Ito plant lang eh. It is more of how you try to convince the farmers to cooperate government for their benefit. This 66 billion agricultural stimulus package will help the agricultural and fisheries sector recover. I hope so. We need to build trust and confidence in online transactions, stronger protection on online consumers, and enabling measures for online business needed through the enactment of an Internet Transaction Act. This is very good. I thus direct the Department of Trade and Industry and other relevant agencies to work on it closely with Congress, ensuring that the provisions of the proposed bill are responsive to the needs of the consumers while promoting the growth of e-commerce in the country. If you are tired of clapping, you just say so I can make a shortcut. Pabilisan lang yan. On the path of better governance, we travel with other partners, both old and new, have helped bolstering the antiquated public health system, for bringing home a load of Filipinos overseas, for filling in supply gaps for crucial medical supplies and equipment and staple food. For these and many more, the Philippines thanks all friendly nations. We will never forget your kindness and your timely support. Within ASEAN and beyond the Philippines, we will continue to work with partners to address global perils and ramp up cooperation to secure for our peoples greater peace, progress, and prosperity. The Filipino nation claims its rightful place in a community of sovereign states. Thus, we will continue to pursue an independent foreign policy. Let me be very clear about this. May I cut my prepared speech? Alam mo, I read a little over 3 weeks or last month na the Americans would intends to go back to Subic. I'll just put on record my thoughts. I have nothing against America. I have nothing against China. But if you put bases here, you double the spectacle of a most destructive thing. Just like Manila during the Second World War, during the retaking of this city, it was one of the most devastated cities in the world. Ayang maglagay-lagay ka ng base at this time. This will ensure if war breaks out, because there would be atomic arsenals brought in. This will ensure the extinction of the Filipino race. We work without fail to protect our rights in the South China Sea, neither beholden nor a pawn to anyone. We broaden the boundaries of Philippine diplomacy. We build productive ties with everyone willing to engage us on the basis of equality and mutual respect. And we redefined our relationships with our most important partners, placing the country in a far better position to advance our interests in an evolving regional order and emerging global problems. Now, plenty of critics, both sides, claim about nothing has been done to retake forcefully or physically the South China Sea. Alam mo, unless we are prepared to go to war, I would suggest that we better just call off and treat this, I said, with the diplomatic endeavors. China is claiming it. We are claiming it. China has the arms. We do not have it. So, it's simple as that. They are in possession of the property. You remember the property, you're a lawyer, property rights. They are, it has nothing to do with the Philippine laws on property. But it's akin to, they are in possession. So what can we do? We have to go to war. And I cannot afford it. Maybe some other president can, but I cannot. Inutil ako dyan, sabihin ko sa inyo. And I'm willing to admit it. Talagang inutil ako dyan. Walang magawa. I cannot. The moment I sent my Marines there at the coastal shores of Palawan, tinamaan ng cruise missile lahat yan. Hindi pa nga set sail yan eh. Sabog na. Let me see again that the victory in a global battle against COVID-19 would take longer than we expect. Everyone's cooperation is needed. I know that you have, the Filipino people, have sacrificed a lot, but we have no other choice but to work together and to do even more. I must admit that our actions have been far from perfect. Totoo yan. I admit it. And there could be improvements here and there. But all of us in government, including myself, assure you that we will not stop until we get things right and better for you. I know that many of you are worried not only about health and safety, but also about our ability to move around and ride public transportation. The depletion of your savings due to the rising cost of goods and the loss of your incomes due to uncertainties in your jobs and livelihood, I assure you that your government will address squarely these problems and challenges to overcome them and proceed to a new normal. Marami ho talagang mawawalaan ng those for a middle income. They buy a car on installment basis. You cannot keep up with the amortization. You lose it. You lose the car. And you are forced to ride on public utilities. Concomitantly, didiretso rin itong mga kriminal na rarami at crimes will increase. But let me assure you, for as long as I am president, there can never be a runaway crime in any of our cities. Hindi ako papayag naman. I can assure you, we will remain peaceful. Relatively peaceful. Hindi naman very peaceful. Pero kung sabihin mo na kagaya ng hold up dito, hold up, alam naman nila kung anong mangyari. You know what will happen to you. I am addressing myself to the criminals. You commit hold-ups, you commit rape, you commit all sorts of things, and you harm the public, then kaaway mo na ako. Pag bumalik kayo sa dati, kagaya noon, patong-patong na naman ang patay dito. Sigurado, hahanapin ko kayo. Do not ever go back to your old ways. Maghanap na lang kayo ng anong trabaho dyan. Magtiis kayo. To open up the economy to pre-COVID-19 levels at this time is not an option because whatever good it can produce will only be gobbled up or be outweighed by the bad it will generate sometimes. Haste makes waste. The recent upsurge of infection, when you open little windows of resumption of business, is proof of that. I am happy that I have talked to you today. You know, in other places, they opened up too early, too soon. America is one. China Well, fortunately, it was arrested on time. China and the rest, for those who open up and those who do not follow the protocols of at least the World Health Organization, they are suffering. And they have at least 140 deaths. And America, kukulang sila lahat. No nation on earth was really prepared for COVID. No amount of preparation, because that kind of microbes visits about once every 100 years. Wala man yung mga tatay natin, what they suffered was Second World War. But tayo, we are not ready, and therefore we will not gamble with the lives and health of the people. Certainly no one would want to end up in the negative side of the equation. Not me, not us. All I ask is that you continue to put your faith in your government and work with us in achieving what is best for the country and our people. Together, let us do, mahirap basahin kasi dito, the most that we can to ensure that this health, safety, and well-being of every Filipino, especially those severely affected, are taken care of. Together, we shall fight this pandemic with the same fervor as our campaign against illegal drugs, criminality, insurgency, and corruption in high places, and entrenched parochial interests. As a government worker, I am addressing each and every Filipino that the government cannot do this without your help. More than ever, we need to reinvigorate the deep-seated Filipino spirit of pakisama and malasakit within each and every one of us. We are being tested as a people and as a nation. Worse times loom ahead. But I do hope that this spirit of solidarity and unity will serve as a drumbeat to which we shall march in unison in our quest for the light at the end of the tunnel. I appeal to each and every Filipino, let us take care of one another. Ito ang panahon para magtulungan, hindi panahon para mamang dila ko. Hindi maglamang at pagkakaisa. My faith in the Filipino innate patience, resilience, and determination to bounce back is unwavering. Let us share our blessings with those who have little and those who have none. This is the time to bring out the best in us. The woes that weigh heavily on our shoulders may bend our back, but they shall not bend or break our spirit. From the rubbles of adversity, a more resilient and stronger nation, built on bayanihan and pagkakaisa, shall rise. Together, we shall overcome. Before I pardon the time, but it was really the allotted time for my speech, I would just like to give a statement between us sa gobyerno kung hindi tayo nakakaintindihan. You know, Drilon extended, he was defending. I would like to ask Drilon, were you a part of ACRA when this contract of Ayala Water was being drafted? And why are you fumigating? Bakit kasi ikaw lang ang galit? Nasabi mo na dynasty. You are a hypocrite. You know that you cannot pass an anti-dynasty law. Ikaw nandyan sa Congress, ikaw ang mauna dito. But to take it against me for protecting my country is something which I really resent. Alam mo, you describe using the dictionary the synonym ng mga oligarchy, kung ano. Then you proceeded to characterize everyone, every name, and then said that oligarchy is not bad at all, because not all oligarchies are bad. True. But ito, to my countrymen, the oligarchy that exists in this country is the oligarchy that existed during the Spanish time. And the Spanish lands and the friar lands and all the benefits that were passed on to the insulares who did not go back to Spain or to the Spaniards and into their... But that was long ago. It has been forgotten. This is the oligarchy that controls the Philippines by what? By taking control of the water and the electricity and power. Yan ang oligarchy mo, Drilon. Wala nang oligarchy dito except that they have control. Look at how can you now craft a new contract? Because I would insist that you pay the billions and billions that you collected. For example, water treatment. Oh, nandyan sa kontrata. It's in the billing. They've been collected. Since 1997. Ilang bilyon na nga wala ni isa. Not even a faucet was built for a water treatment facility. Yan ang mahirap sa... You do not protect the oligarchs here. You are the one. Ikaw lang mag-isa. And I suspect that you were also the one or help when you were there in the Accra. We do not even know ang mga abogado sa public documents. Hindi nga alam. Hindi natin alam kung nakagraduate ba o hindi. Wala. Would you think Ayala would get the services of those? Ayala got Accra. Accra did it. Ikaw galing ka doon. Most of you, more successful lawyers sa corporation. You handle big corporate. Yan ang mahirap. O, bangga tayo dito. Hinawakan ninyo eh. Hindi ka pwede kayo. Kita mo, noong nag-increase, walang tubig, pinuputol yung tubig. Ang tao, bumigay kasi hindi pwede yung tayo hindi maligo. Hindi uminom. Electricity, ayaw mo mag-increase. O ayan, wala ka. Palaging brown out lahat. I'm sorry, but I have to say this to you. I do not like it. It's not the time for it. But since it is the time for the Sona, for people to know and people to really get the facts, then, and the right of the people to be heard. Tayo na naman ang tao magsano. Hinawakan ninyo yung tubig, pati electricity. Yun ang oligarchy. Kaya ako sinabi ko noong kumpanya, corruption is not here. Yung mga customs, maliit yan. It's there upstairs. And I was really unprovidential. Dumating yung panahon na hindi ko hiningi. Then I saw the contract. Noong nakita ko yung contract na, tsaka yung linya na yung choice, yung linya ng it belongs to government. The best of the transmission lines, whatever, government gets it first before anybody else. Thank you. I am true.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is adjourned.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned.
Ikaw umaatras sa sakit na marahas. Kailangan mong magpalakas para sila'y mailigtas. Buwis ang iyong buhay, handang matanggap pag ika'y mamatay. Asawa't anak na hindi masilayan, pamilya mong iiwang luhaan. Masdan niyo ang mundo, isip ay mulat, magigising lahat. Paglaban niyo ang mundo, kung magkaisang lahat, hihilom ang sugat. Ikaw ang bantay sa lagusan, protektahan ng mga mamayan. Di uubra ang susuway, mga kriminal at pasaway. Buwis ang iyong buhay, handang matanggap pag ika'y mamatay. Asawa't anak na hindi masilayan, pamilya mong iiwang luhaan. Masdan niyo ang mundo, isip ay mulat, magigising lahat. Paglaban niyo ang mundo, kung magkaisang lahat, hihilom ang sugat. Problemadong liderato, sinasalong lahat na reklamo. Direktibang gabay sa mga tao para lahat di magkagulo. Buwis ang iyong buhay, handang matanggap pag ika'y mamatay. Asawa't anak na hindi masilayan, pamilya mong iiwang luhaan. Masdan niyo ang mundo, isip ay mulat, magigising lahat. Paglaban niyo ang mundo, kung magkaisang lahat, hihilom ang sugat. Salamat sa inyo, dama naming pagod na kayo. Saludo sa inyo, mga magigiting na pasan ng mundo. Masdan nyo salamat ang mundo sa inyo. Isip ay mulat, pagigising lahat, paglaban nyo ang mundo sa inyo. Kung magkaisa ang lahat, hilom ang sugat. Masdan nyo ang mundo. Isip ay mulat,